The rest you they give me go spin too. You they give me liver. Hey, Juventus is the champion. Laila, you know go lose. You they make them shit. They give me Real Madrid. I say you too real. AC Milan, you're my number one fan. Inter Milan, baby, I'm your main man. You they play ball low. You they play ball low. Newcastle, no ball without you. You first mouth, oh, I say you get mouth. All to know, you should be Everton, oh. And Tottenham, oh. She they Totorimi, oh. Hey, play ball low. Play ball low. For my heart, you. She they score goal low. For my heart, you. She they give them colo. Hey. She they dribble them more. Hey, hey. I'm on a red card, oh. The red card, oh. The red card, oh.
Yes. Good afternoon and welcome to another loaded marathon edition of Today Sports Live this beautiful Saturday evening or afternoon, you want to say, the last Saturday in the month of November. And I tell you what a month we've had and what a week, especially in the world of sports, filled with the ups, the downs, the thrills, and of course the sadness and the gloominess, especially after the passing of one of the most iconic footballers ever, Diego Armando Maradona. Well, it is time for us to talk sports, particularly European football. We will be looking a little on what's happening at the continent, even as we have the CAF Champions League, the CAF Confederations Cup qualifying fixtures taking place. Will be taking place today. Yesterday, we had the CAF Champions League final between Al Ahly and Zamalek, an all-Egyptian final. And of course, it was Al Ahly who got the win in that one. We will be looking at all of that. And of course, we'll also be talking about what's happening in the major leagues, the big five leagues in Europe, the English Premier League, the Spanish La Liga, the Italian Serie A, the French Ligue 1, and of course, the German Bundesliga. So much to talk about, I tell you. I haven't introduced myself, but my name is Victor Oriahi. I am your favorite Melanin sports presenter, but I would not be talking alone today. I have a gentleman right here in the studio with me. His name is Chidubem Joseph Njoku. We call him CJN, otherwise known as the Chief Justice of Sports in Nigeria. Chidubem, welcome to the show. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. It's good to be here and to talk football, European football, as it were. A lot, like you said, happened during the weekend, and of course, we can't stop asking the soul of Diego Armando Maradona to rest in perfect peace. He's one man that encapsulates everything that football is, even as a player and a manager. And we hope that we have other greats that will tow his path as a footballer, as a great footballer, and also a great personality off the pitch as well. But it's good to be here to talk football. Port Harcourt, Nigeria, welcome. The world beyond and everywhere. Everybody listening to us. It's a good afternoon to talk sports. Cold out there, but come on. That's why we're here, to give you the sports hot and spicy as it comes.
All right, hot and spicy as it comes. Let me just give you a tidbit on what we will be talking about today. First of all, we'll be looking at what happened during the week, starting with the UEFA Champions League and the UEFA Europa League. Some teams are through to the next round of both competitions. We'll be giving you all those updates and, of course, recapping the moments, what made the moments for you in the Champions League and, of course, the UEFA Europa League. We will then be talking about the FIFA The Best Awards as the nominees were shortlisted, and I want to say very well expected for some of the players who were nominated for the FIFA Men's Player of the Year. But then for the FIFA's Coach of the Year, we have Marcelo Bielsa of Leeds United, and so many persons are saying, is it because he brought Leeds United from the Championship to the English Premier League? Is that really worth anything? Getting the man is spots right there as one of the nominees for the best coach of the year. There's also Zinedine Zidane, who found a way to win the La Liga title with an unimpressive Real Madrid. Well, not unimpressive, but he said they've not been not as impressive as they've been in previous years. Then we'll be talking about Diego Maradona as well. But then what we will be asking is concerning the statement made by Marseille coach Andre Villas-Boas. Well, he says FIFA should retire the number 10 jersey for all teams in the football community as a tribute to Diego Maradona. Do you believe, do you go with that? Would you want that to be done as a tribute to the man for FIFA to retire all the number 10 jersey worldwide. So Lionel Messi, they all the guys wearing number 10 will have to look for another jersey if FIFA decides to do this. We'll be getting your thoughts, and of course we'll also look at the games to expect. One game would be starting shortly in England. The very first game of we had a game yesterday, but the very first game today, that is Brighton and Hove Albion hosting Liverpool at the American Express Stadium. So much to talk about, I tell you. And of course, we don't do the talking alone. We bring you, or we get you involved in the conversation. You can do so by simply sending us a text or WhatsApp message to our phone number. It is 0701 933 9962. I take it again. It is 0701 933 9962. You can start sending in your contribution and of course your prediction to the games that we will be having in Europe today. You can also tweet at us. We are at Today FM 951, at Today FM 951, but do well to copy me. My handle is at Victor Oriahi, at Victor Oriahi. Oriahi spells Oriahi. You can as well copy Chidubem. Chidubem, what's your handle?
Dubem_CJN.
Dubem_CJN. Do well to copy one or the both of us, and we will be taking your tweets live on the show. Don't go anywhere. We will begin proper when we come back.
Newcastle, no ball without you. You must mount, I say you get mount. Mount to know, you should be Everton, and Tottenham. She dey Totoribio. Play ball, for my heart, she dey score goal. For my heart, she dey give them colo. Hey, she dey dribble them. Hey, I'm on a red card, the red card. Slick.
Well, let's start with the one involving the late Diego Armando Maradona, as Andre Villaboa, the Marseille boss, believes no player should ever wear the famous number 10 jersey again in honor of the former star. Well, he says number 10 jersey should be retired for all teams in tribute to Diego Maradona after the Argentine icon's death. The 1986 World Cup winner and former Napoli, Barcelona, and Boca Juniors hero passed away on Wednesday after suffering a heart attack. Well, tributes came flooding in from across the world as football mourned the loss of one of its most beloved figures, with fellow Argentina hero Lionel Messi describing him as eternal. Meanwhile, Naples mayor Luigi De Magistri has called for Napoli Stadio San Paolo to be renamed in honor of the 60-year-old. Well, Maradona will be remembered as one of the best to ever have played the game, and the number 10 jersey became synonymous with the mesmerizing player in some circles. Villaboas was taken aback by the news of Maradona's death and believes FIFA should pay tribute to him by retiring the shirt number across the world. He says it's a very bad news, as well as the loss of a board member at Porto who was really important to me, who was the first person to open the door for me to the coaching world. And Maradona, yes, it is tough news. I would like FIFA to retire the number 10 shirt in all competitions for all teams. It would be the best homage we could do for him. He's an incredible loss for the football world. Well, Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola was asked for his reaction to the news and told reporters there was a banner in Argentina 1 year ago that read, "No matter what you have done with your life, Diego, what matters is what you have done for our lives." Guardiola says he gave a lot of joy and he made football better. What he did for Napoli and for Argentina in 1986 was something unbelievable. Rest in peace, and on behalf of Manchester City, a big hug for all his family. Chidubem, the tributes have been pouring in for the man. We did talk extensively about this on Thursday and, of course, on Friday as well. So we won't be looking too much into how much of a spectacular player Diego Maradona was, because there is no doubt he is on one of the best, if not the best, to ever play the game of football. Let's talk about this statement made by Andre Villaboa. FIFA retiring the number 10 jersey for every single team in every single competition. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely not. It's his own opinion. It's what he thinks would be befitting of a legend that is Diego Armando Maradona. The less we say about him, the better. Like we've established here, fine player, one of the best, if not the best, we've seen play the round letter game. But come on, asking for the retirement of the number 10 jersey, I think it's just too much to ask for, because that number 10 jersey, it encapsulates a lot. It's not one of those jerseys that you just can do away with. It's not a number 77 or number 66 or something that is off the regular 1 to 11 jerseys. We know that these days in football, those days rather, we used to have those numbers carry weight. You know, they had a definitive role on the pitch, where you had the number 2, you knew number 2 was the right back, number 3 was the left back, and the number 8 was the supporting striker. The number 9 was the striker, and 11 was the left wing, and all. But these days, it's not particularly the case, because football has grown. It's become a lot more dynamic, and you don't particularly have those number 1, 2, 3, 4s and all of that again. Things have changed. But come on, that number 10 jersey, it's something that is special. It's special not just for Diego Armando Maradona. A lot of players as well have also played in that role, that number 10 role, so to speak, in quotes, and have also shown like a million stars. One of them will come to mind in recent times, Lionel Messi. I mean, he rose to prominence playing that number 10 role, even while he played the false 9 role as well. But for Argentina, he plays that number 10 role, and he's done quite well for himself, even as a Barcelona player as well, doing so well for himself. I mean, we can talk about the likes of Mesut Ozil, go back in history, the likes of Zinedine Zidane,
Michel Platini
himself,
Michael Owen.
Exactly, and even the Arsenal man now,
Fred Ljungberg.
yeah. So there are lots and lots of guys who took on that role and have done quite well for themselves. So are you going to be denying people who are clubs now who have so much respect for that jersey? I know there are particular clubs who hold that jersey in a very high place. You know, you don't just come in and take on the number 10 jerseys. For virtually all clubs, it's something of pride that you come in and then you're given the number 10 jersey. It feels like you're the playmaker of the team. That's what it encapsulates. It feels like anybody who wears that jersey bears the burden of creating for that team. But for some clubs, it's not particularly the case, because there's the talk of the number 10 role dying and all of that. But come on, you can't take away the importance of or what that jersey number represents for a lot of teams and in a lot of countries. So I don't think it's something we should just bury or flush down the drain, because we are celebrating, of course, duly celebrating the life and times of Diego Armando Maradona. He did so much for football, and of course, we presented that jersey in flying colors. But come on, I don't think it's enough for us to just take that jersey out of the picture entirely. Like I said, if it was something else, if it was some other number that didn't carry as much weight as that, then so be it. If Villas-Boas is talking about retiring it, maybe he could limit it to the Argentinian national team.
Or even to Napoli.
Or maybe to Napoli, because Armando Maradona, probably has been the best in that role. The Argentinians, some of them will even argue about Messi, but come on, we know that the Argentinians love Maradona a whole lot more than Messi. But come on, it could be an argument that we've had Messi as well do well as the number 10. So why are we going to retire this jersey when we could have other players step into that role as our playmakers and probably use up what Maradona has done? So for now, I just think it's one demand too many, especially asking FIFA to do it wholesomely for all countries, all clubs. I don't think it makes so much sense, because like I said, it means so much for clubs. I mean, look what the number 7 jersey means to Manchester United, for instance. You can't just come and say we should retire the jersey because, Cristiano Ronaldo, maybe in 100 or many years' time, leave the world, as we would expect at some point. And then they say, because he was the best player to have done that jersey, or because we had players in the past who were so phenomenal with the number 7 jersey, that means we are going to retire the jersey. Or Arsenal saying, we are going to retire the number 14 jersey in honor of the man Thierry Henry, and even Aubameyang, who came in to take that jersey as well. So I think some jerseys just mean a lot for clubs and countries. So it's quite one demand too many, really. It's one demand too high now to ask for. I don't think that should be granted. If it's if it's ever going to be granted, it's going to be limited to maybe Argentina or Napoli.
Okay, well, do you think there's anything FIFA as a body can do in entirety to honor the man?
Well, yes, there are quite a number of things you could do to honor the man. You could probably, the basic ones now we've seen around the world is a minute silence. Yeah, that's the basic thing you can ask for when a man like that passes. You demand for. I think we might be seeing that as well. Maybe in subsequent international breaks, and in the next one, maybe we could be seeing something like that, a minute silence to honor the man, and also do that every year. The 20th of, I think he passed, what date was that?
On Wednesday.
On Wednesday, I'm trying to remember the day particularly. But he could also use that day as...
That should be on the 25th.
25th, to remember him every 25th of November, every year. A minute silence all over the world. That could pass as well. You could also have a statue in honor of him, honor of the stadium. But the thing is, for FIFA is not like a club that has a stadium that you could say, oh, we could set up a statue in front of our stadium in honor of the man. So I'm actually thinking of something tangible that can be done. Like I've said, the minute silence and maybe honor in subsequent games. But FIFA doesn't have a stadium. Maybe name, I won't say name a competition in favor of him, because that would be stealing the shine. Not stealing the shine particularly now, but it would be taking off what the name of the competition represents, because we can't rename the FIFA World Cup after him, or maybe the under-20s or something. But I don't know. I think the best we can do for him as FIFA now, talking as FIFA, would just be to remember him whenever they have the chance to, maybe every year or the next international window, just have a 1 minute break in honor of him. But I think it will boil down to the club and, of course, Argentina, where he hails from, and Napoli, because that's where he did the most. He did as a club footballer. So I think it will be Napoli or Argentina that will have to do something higher. There are talks already about renaming the Stadium of Napoli now to the Sao Paulo Stadium now. Thank you, to changing it to Armando Maradona or something.
No, they want to add it Estadio Armando Maradona Sao Paulo.
Whatever. That would be good. That would be good if they do that. Maybe Argentina too can decide to rename one of their biggest stadiums after Maradona as well. That could be something, or maybe build a statue. I'm sure the Napoli guys will be thinking about doing that as well.
Okay, well, we want to get your thoughts on this one. The text message and WhatsApp portals are open. Should FIFA retire the number 10 jersey worldwide across all competitions for all teams in honor of the man Diego Armando Maradona? We've had so many players, so many great players use that number 10 jersey or play with that number 10 jersey. Pele himself played with number 10 jersey. Ronaldinho, Zinedine Zidane, Kaká. I mean, the name goes on and on and on. Lionel Messi. I wouldn't fail to mention Lionel Messi as well. Eden Hazard. So I mean, just you can send in your contribution through text or WhatsApp for now. 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. Well, before we go on, we would be having a game between Brighton and Hove Albion and Liverpool take place in the next 7 minutes. Giving you the lineup of that particular one, Liverpool or Brighton are the home team, and they will be playing in a 3-4-1-2 formation. Matthew Ryan starts in goal for the team. Ben White, Louis Dunk, and Adam Webster make the three-man backline. Up front is Joel Veltman, Bissouma, Pascal Gross, and Solly March. Aaron Connolly would be playing just behind Danny Welbeck and Neil Maupay. On the bench for Brighton is Leandro Trossard, Adam Lallana, Steven Alzate, Jason Steele, Daniel Byrne, and Jason Molumby. There is one player who isn't present due to the red card he got in the last game.
That's Lamptey.
Tariq Lamptey. All right, for Liverpool, they play in a 4-2-3-1 formation, not the usual 4-3-3. Well, let's see how the lineup is going to be. Alisson Becker starts in goal for Liverpool. The four-man defense sees Andrew Robertson in left back, Neco Williams in right back position, and Fabinho and Nathaniel Phillips playing the central defense pairing. Jorginho Wijnaldum and James Mina will be playing behind Diego Jota, Roberto Firmino, and Takumi Minamino, while up front is Mohamed Salah. On the bench for Liverpool is Sadio Mane, Adrian, Jordan Henderson, Curtis Jones, Constantino Tsimikas, Divock Origi, and Reece Williams. Chidubem, looking at this lineup, do you think Brighton are going to be putting up a fight against the Premier League champions?
Well, it's always going to be difficult coming up against a Liverpool side coached by Jurgen Klopp. I mean, the last game they played against Leicester City last weekend, a lot of pundits were talking about the fact that Liverpool were going to struggle because of the injury worries and everything. But come on, they whooped Leicester City by 3-0. It was a proper bashing, and I'm not sure so many people saw that one coming. It was something of a surprise for many of us. And against a Brighton and Hove Albion side who have struggled this season, they've played quite decent football. They are one of those teams you would watch and say and wonder why they are not garnering the points, because it feels like they are playing well. Same you could say for Leeds as well, who've gathered just a few points in their last games. But losing that man, Tariq Lamptey, I think it's going to be a huge disservice to them, because we know that they rely on him so much for creativity, especially from that right wing.
No doubt about that.
And his absence is going to be, I think it's going to be felt by Brighton. But come on, you've got Leo Mope, and Danny Welbeck is back in the side as well. Got the goal the other time. It looked to go into the back of the net. And the club will be happy that they have Welbeck back and back scoring. That would be some of a boost for Brighton and Hove Albion. So with those two men up front, you at least have two men that could punish you on the break. They are fast players and as well have a relatively good finishing, can punish you as well. Mope, we know what he can do. The top goal scorer for the club last season as well. Started this season quite nicely. And you'd also expect, like I said, Welbeck to have one or two good runs on the afternoon. But come on, Liverpool, I think with what they've got, they should be able to take out this Brighton side. I mean, that front lineup from Liverpool is something to watch out for. But come on, they have to be cautious on the break, because that's Brighton's strongest point, hitting you on the break. We saw that against Chelsea at the start of the season. They almost got that victory. I think that one ended in a 2-1 loss. But come on, it was a bright Brighton side. Pun not intended. But you see Liverpool this season, it's difficult to predict, because they've had their fair share of injuries. Not even fair share, a whole lot of injuries. But somehow they've managed to find their footing. And of course, they'll be wanting to bounce back from that disappointing loss to Atalanta just in midweek. Right there at the Anfield, they've not lost. They had not lost there before that game since 2018 at the Anfield. In all competitions, I think, in the Champions League rather, they've not lost.
They did lose there last season in the Champions League to Atletico Madrid.
Oh, they did.
Home and away.
They did. Okay, I've forgotten that. Okay, but it's been a while, and it's
in the Premier
weird.
League that they've not lost there
yes,
for a very long time.
That's correct. Thank you for that. But I think they will be wanting to rewrite the mistake of that. Yes, they started, small boys in quotes now against Atalanta, but I think this time around it's a powered squad. Andy Roberts saying
they made 6 changes to the team that played Atalanta.
Yeah, sure. So you have the powered squad back. You have James Milner now. You have Fabinho, who is always going to be a key component of this side. You've got Nathan Phillips, who I think has been doing quite well for himself as well. So I think up front it's just worries to just be about Takumi Minamino. But come on, you have Diogo Jota, you've got Mohamed Salah, you've got Roberto Firmino. Mane sits out for this one. Of course, you have to rest the man. The man has been playing virtually all games this season, so he deserves the rest. But I think all in all, Liverpool has changed now to the 4-2-3-1 formation. We used to know them for the 4-3-3, but they've changed into the front four now. Before it used to be the front three of course, Sadio Mane, Mohamed Salah, and of course Firmino. But now Diogo Jota has come into that side, so it's now a 4-man up front. Those 3 you used to know plus that man Diogo Jota. So it's a beautiful side to watch these days, especially from an attacking perspective. You want to see what they're going to do in that midfield. Jorginho Wijnaldum, of course. James Milner is going to be the man in midfield this time around, while Fabinho, Andy Robertson, Nathan Phillips, and of course Nico Williams would be the defensive players for Liverpool. But I think it's all in all going to be a fine game. Brighton will have 1-2 chances to punish Liverpool on the break, but I think ultimately Liverpool should have enough to be able to get one over Brighton and Hove Albion at the Amex Stadium. It should be a Liverpool win.
Okay, well, Brighton will definitely be keeping their fingers crossed after, you want to say, their best player at the moment, Tariq Lamptey, is currently suspended and would not be playing in this game. Liverpool are right now on a run of 9 consecutive victory against Brighton in all competitions, scoring 27 goals in the process. Well, speaking about a minute silence, there is a minute silence in honor of Diego Maradona in that game at the Amex.
If you believe in Liverpool, the rest you they give me go spin too. You they give me Liverpool.
So we will be keeping tabs on that game and bringing you everything as it unfolds, the drama, the chances, and all that is. Fans will be returning to the stadium pretty soon in some of the clubs in England, and it feels great. I can't wait to have fans back. Next week we might be having Tottenham Hotspur play Arsenal, and fans should be allowed at the stadium, to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. What a way to have a North London derby. We will be here next week to look at that one. But for now, let's go talk about what happened during the week in the UEFA Champions League. Well, we just can't help but let that anthem play. One of the very best anywhere, be it national anthems, be it sports anthems. I tell you, nothing beats the UEFA Champions League anthem. Well, we had so many games being played during the week, and some teams are already through to the last 16 of the UEFA Champions League. Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Chelsea, Juventus, Manchester City, and Sevilla have all made it through to the next stage of the competition. Well, of course, Barcelona in that Group G are actually through to the next round. Last season, they got to the quarterfinals where they lost to the eventual winners, Bayern Munich, by a whooping scoreline. Ronald Koeman seems to be rekindling his early coaching success at the club, where he spent 6 golden years as a player. For Bayern Munich themselves, they are undoubtedly the best team in the Champions League as at now. They've been on a run of game. They've won every single game since the start of last season. Since last season Champions League group stages, up till now, Bayern Munich have not drawn a game. They've not lost a game. It's been a win, or it's been winning all through. And ex-Germany assistant Hansi Flick, who was placed on interim charge last season, oversaw a remarkable transformation that saw them sweep away every club before them, rewriting the record books as they went on. For Chelsea, Group E, last season they got to the round of 16, eventually losing to Bayern Munich, and Frank Lampard seems to be getting the job done as his team are now through to the UEFA Champions League round of 16. Same with Juventus, with Cristiano Ronaldo's presence and Andre Pirlo, the former fans' favorite, a classy number 10, whose velvet touch, you want to say, helped AC Milan and Juve to a combined 6 league titles and 2 UEFA Champions League. Pirlo was initially promoted to the under-23s, but now he is the coach of the team and he's already through to the next stage of the competition. For Pep Guardiola's Manchester City is almost a similar situation. Guardiola has now equaled the number of games he has managed for Manchester City. Same with Barcelona. I think he has managed 147 games now. The same record he had with Barcelona. The only difference is the Champions League trophy. With Barca, he had 2 Champions League titles with this number of games, but with Manchester City, he's yet to get any. And he will be hoping that this season would be the season after getting a contract renewal. I'll be seeing him at the club till 2023. And Sevilla as well. They were last season's UEFA Europa League winners. A lot of teams want to say they should. These are like Europa League teams. Somehow Sevilla finds a way to get into the UEFA Europa League. I thought it would be a similar situation again, but this time they are through to the round of 16. So they either get it.
They're tired of the Europa League.
I tell you, they need something else. Then Lopetegui could have gotten in the Europa League again if something had happened and maybe they just slipped down. You never could tell. You never can tell, I tell you. But Sevilla are through to the next round. Should have been looking at these 6 teams that are cruising through to the UEFA Champions League round of 16. Are there any surprises? Is there any team that you say, oh, you never expected it at the start of the Champions League season to be getting to the next stage this early? 4 match days gone and already in the round of 16.
Well, I don't think there's any, because I'm looking at the groups. Juventus, Barcelona. I think it was a consensus even here in the studio that they were going to be the first to qualify. And I remember saying that Barcelona was going to top the group and Juve will finish second, and that's how it's turning out to be so far. But I still have that return fixture to play at the Camp Nou, talking about Juventus and Barcelona, and we can't wait to see Lionel Messi come up against his.
We're praying for Ronaldo. Last time it was coronavirus.
COVID won't steal him from us this time. We hope that doesn't happen. But come on, the both of them are safely through to the next round, as you would expect. The Dynamo Kiev and Ferencváros would just go for a place in the Europa League. That is who finishes third in that Group G. And you also look at the other group that has also produced a team in the other round, talking about that group that has Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich, of course, even at the start of the season, of the Champions League season now, I think it was also a consensus that they were going to be leaving that group unscathed because the quality in that side, I mean, we wouldn't expect Salzburg to take them out. I expected them to give a fight, which they actually did. We saw a feisty encounter, even in both legs. The first one ended 5-2, I think, and the return one this time around, Bayern was able to edge 3-1, despite even being a man down at some points. But it's as expected. Atletico Madrid we also expected to finish second behind Bayern Munich, and it has played out according to script so far. I don't think there's been any shocker all round. This is usually not the round of shockers, although in the past we see pockets of shockers here and there. But this season, I don't think we are going to be having any of those. Maybe Inter Milan might just be that team that would be the shocker by not qualifying, because I don't really expected them to qualify alongside Real Madrid, but it seems they are stuttering and looking for a balance in the group so far. They've lost home and away to Real Madrid.
Currently, are they not bottom of the group?
No, they should be third on that group. I should confirm that, but why would do that? I think.
Well, they are bottom of the group.
Wow, see,
Inter Milan are bottom of the group. They've drawn 2 games. They have just 2 points. Borussia Mönchengladbach are actually topping that group with 8 points. Real Madrid second with 7 points, and Shakhtar Donetsk have 4 points.
Can imagine now. That's funny. That's funny scenes. And I think if Inter Milan finish bottom, that would be the joke of the tournament this season. But I think so far it's been, like we say, so far so good for the big teams. They've been expected to qualify. Those that have qualified, been a good job. Smooth ride. Would expect some others to also join them. Those that haven't done it already. Just, I think by the time we play the next round of games, the likes of Borussia Dortmund should be able to qualify as well. We might also be seeing the likes of, I think, Real Madrid and maybe Borussia Mönchengladbach. And
let's take it group by group, starting with Group A. On Wednesday, we saw Atletico Madrid play out a goalless draw with Lokomotiv Moscow, and Bayern Munich defeating RB Salzburg 3-1. Makroka got a red card in that one. Now, Bayern Munich are through to the next stage of the competition. Second on that group is Atletico Madrid. They have 5 points from 4 games. Then we have Lokomotiv Moscow, who are third with 3 points from 4 games, while RB Salzburg have managed just a point. Which team do you see joining Bayern Munich? Knowing fully well, but on Tuesday, it is going to be Atletico Madrid up against Bayern Munich.
Well, it's difficult, like you said, because they have that game against Bayern Munich to take on. But I think, they should be able to qualify. All they need in that game is a draw. They should, and the motivation now would be to stop Bayern. Just go and stop Bayern. And we know that man, talking about Diego Simeone, is a man that loves this kind of challenges. He could go there and stop the run. We saw him do Liverpool.
Well, a chance for Brighton and Hove Albion. It's a one-on-one situation, and they miss it. What a miss
Mopé.
From Neil Mopé. You expect him to bury that one playing against the Reds. You do not get these type of chances, but it was served on a gold plate, very much onside, and he's just found a way to miss that one. The angle was wrong. I don't know how he missed that shot. It seemed like he was going through to the back of the net. Should have been.
Well, I think he didn't. His first touch let him down. I mean, not his first touch now, but he ran and the ball drifted to his left leg, and we know his stronger foot is on the right leg. So he was just forced. The defender forced him to take that shot forced him to take that shot, and he was not so balanced on his right foot, and then he just managed to miss that. But I think he should be doing better from that kind of a range. He tried to call the ball, but the call didn't come on time, and that one would just whisk us outside the crossbar there. But I think these kind of breaks are going to come once, twice, thrice for Brighton and Hove Albion side. Like I said, it's their strength. They are on the counter. They're always powerful when they come on the counter, and they are always going to get those breaks, especially as they've got fast players in Danny Welbeck and, of course, Neil Mopé up front.
Well, that was actually Aaron Connolly who missed that chance.
Oh, wow.
But
we could easily think it was Mopé, but that was good. That was good from Brighton and Hove Albion.
It's been a Liverpool dominating display. 78% of the ball possession compared to Brighton's 27%, but Brighton are doing their best to try and see how much they can press the Liverpool's defense and hopefully force them to make some errors. Chidubem, you were talking about the Atletico Madrid situation.
Yeah, I said I'm thinking Atletico should be able to steal a point from Bayern Munich. They should be able to stop that run of wins and all wins for Bayern Munich. If that should be the motivation, go ahead and do that. And I don't think they've been so terrible. I wonder why they were not able to get that against Lokomotiv Moscow, because in the league they've been doing quite well in the Spanish La Liga in recent times. They got that victory against Barcelona, you will not forget, in a hurry. But I think they should be able to just push themselves, because it's going to be a matter of get the win or maybe face a possible eviction from the group, because they know if they don't get that win, Lokomotiv Moscow just lies somewhere behind them with 3 points. So if they beat Salzburg, it means that Lokomotiv Moscow will be having as much as 6 points. And if Atletico manages to lose, they'll be third on that table. And you don't want to go into your last game in that kind of a position, because who says you're going to beat Salzburg on the last day, and who says probably Lokomotiv Moscow are not going to be getting something against Bayern Munich on the final day. So I think generally Atletico will be piped up for that one against Bayern Munich in their next game. And even if it doesn't happen that they get to lose, I think on the final day of proceedings, they're going to qualify, because, of course, Lokomotiv Moscow will face a very tough trip, maybe impossible trip, to Germany to face Bayern Munich in their final game. So I think Atletico Madrid would advance.
All right, in Group B, no team has qualified. You did say earlier, Borussia Mönchengladbach on top of the table with 10 points, with 8 points rather, and a plus 10 goal difference. And I know how they got this one. It was from the home and away beating of Shakhtar Donetsk. The first one was 6 goals to nothing. The second one was 4 goals to nothing, and that was during the week. During the week, they did defeat Shakhtar Donetsk 4 goals to nothing, and Inter Milan lost to Real Madrid at the San Siro 2 goals to nothing. Chidubem, it's still a very open group. Every team can qualify. It's not yet sealed. Even Inter Milan can still find a way to qualify. They have 2 games. Mathematically, they still can find a way to qualify. They have 2 points. If they win their next 2, they get 8 points. Hopefully, Borussia Mönchengladbach and Real Madrid don't win their next 2 games. So it's still a very open group. Which teams do you see qualifying?
I think Borussia Mönchengladbach will go through. Inter, I think they've wasted their chances, especially losing in that double header to Real Madrid, you shouldn't have lost both games. You should have at least gotten a draw to limit Real Madrid, or at least gotten one win. And of course, their performances against Shakhtar Donetsk, I thought they should have done better than a draw. But that's exactly why they are bottom of that group right now with just 2 points. Antonio Conte, again in the Champions League, has faltered. Shakhtar Donetsk, I don't think will go through. I think it's going to be Borussia Mönchengladbach in second. I think Real Madrid are going to surpass them because that return leg against Borussia Mönchengladbach is going to be in Madrid's favor. I did say it when the game started that this Real Madrid side would always start slow, but come on, at some point they're going to find their footing, and that's exactly what we've seen in this group. 7 points they have, just one behind group leaders Borussia Mönchengladbach. I think that's the defining factor on who tops this group is going to be that game between the both of these teams now. Borussia Mönchengladbach taking on Real Madrid, which I think Real Madrid are going to take to top this group. I think at the end of the day, those two teams will go through.
All right, Chidben believes it's going to be Borussia Mönchengladbach and Real Madrid going through to the next stage of the round of 16 of the UEFA Champions League from Group B. In Group C, Manchester City are already through to the next round. They have won their first 4 matches, 12 points, and straight through to the next round of the competition. FC Porto are second with 9 points. All they need is a draw and they would be qualifying for the next stage of the competition. Olympiacos have 3 points and Marseille they have no points. Chidben, who do you see joining Manchester City?
Well, it's been terrible for Marseille. I just have to say that. I don't know how you managed to have a -9 goals difference in the Champions League game after 4 games, but they've not managed the points in a group that has Olympiacos and FC Porto. No, you can't say that Porto are a joke side or a little side or a minnow, even if they've won the Champions League in 2004, and even aside that, they've been having a consistent showing in the event, so in the tournament now, so you can't just rule them out. But I think they should have been able to grind out something against these teams. Against Manchester City, you lost home and away, and right now I think it's going to be I think Porto is going to go through. I think that one is quite easy to see. They have 9 points already, like you said, just 1 point, and they will likely be through to the next round. So I think it's going to be Manchester City, who have already qualified, and of course FC Porto. Olympiacos, welcome to the Europa League.
Okay, well, seems like Alisson Becker is furious with his backline as Brighton and Hove Albion have been penetrating through the defense of Liverpool. He has come out a number of times to make a really, really key and crucial clearance, and hopefully the Reds do not regret this one and just find a way of losing this game. The long balls have been in their favor, and are you seeing the shakiness of the Liverpool's defense? Do you think it's as a result of these players not playing regularly together? This particular combination of Neco Williams, Fabinho, Andy Robertson, and who's the last man? Is it Rich Williams?
Neco Williams. Phillips now. I think this game is just it's beginning to feel like a replica of the Aston Villa bashing of Liverpool, because it was almost exactly the same pattern, the loop balls, but this time around Brighton and Hove Albion are advancing a bit. They are not sitting back and having the longer balls from behind, but Liverpool they are living dangerously because they are keeping a high line like they always do, and for some reason Brighton and Hove Albion have been able to penetrate or bypass that byline, and of course it's becoming a problem. Like I said, they have fast forwards, and when you have fast forwards, it's always a problem when you come against a team like that, especially when you're Liverpool that keeps a high line. So they have to watch out for that. Fabinho will have to keep a cool head in this particular period, and that's why you miss a man like Virgil van Dijk. Because of his height, he's able to take out those long balls with his head. But this time around, you don't have a man as tall as Virgil van Dijk. The closest you have to that is Phillips, and he's on the wings this time. So I think it's difficult for Liverpool to leave with this kind of a setup. They will have to checkmate that. How they do that is left for Jurgen Klopp to put the puzzles together. But as it stands now, it's a total Brighton affair in the last 5-10 minutes. Even as you see a corner kick, Aja just goes wide. Brighton still with the ball, finding a way through. But so far, it's been Brighton on the ascendancy. They are fighting for their lives. They want this point badly. Yeah. Even the absence of that man, Tariq Lamptey, has not been felt so much yet. But I think Liverpool.
I'm wondering if Lamptey was in this game, it might have been Brighton 1 and Liverpool 0. And is that a penalty?
A shout for a penalty.
There is a penalty
Yes,
for
it's a
Brighton
penalty.
and over Albion. We saw it coming. Liverpool, lot shaky at the back, and right now they have conceded a penalty as a result of a clumsy tackle on Aaron Connolly, the number 7 man. He's doing his beat for Brighton. That should also get the card, right?
Looks questionable.
He didn't get the ball.
He didn't get the ball.
He didn't get the ball at all. The question
ball.
would be if he gets a card to add to the penalty.
I don't think he will. Maybe the referee will have to look at that. But a yellow card can come. But
okay.
I think that was a clear foul. It was a clear foul that time. Penalty, well deserved.
Let's see how it goes for Brighton. They want to win their very second game of the English Premier League 2020-2021 season. Last week they did defeat Aston Villa, and it will be the very first time if they find a way to win Liverpool in this match. It will be the very first time in over a year that Brighton and Hove Albion have won back-to-back games in the English Premier League. It is let's see how this one goes. He misses. Brighton misses the penalty. What a miss. Send the goalkeeper the wrong way, but somehow he missed that one. How did that happen?
Very unlucky there. Very unlucky. You should have done better. But come on, it's a penalty. Players miss penalties sometimes, but when you're not Fulham, that have missed 19 of their 37 spot kicks in God knows how long, you shouldn't be missing penalties like this.
The number 9. Mope.
It was always going to, and funny enough, he always finds a way to score these penalty kicks. I don't know. He's just not lucky this time around, and it might come to real this kind of an opportunity now, because it doesn't come so much when he plays against Liverpool. Even if he comes, it just takes that one break from Liverpool, and all the good work you've been putting in the past 10, 15, 20 minutes are going to be brought to nothing, because this Liverpool have got all the qualities to punish you at any time. And it just takes that one move, that one moment of brilliance from one of those forward players from Liverpool, and then this Brighton side are brought down to earth.
Well,
and just like we're saying, they have that break. And
let's see if they'll be able to make anything out of it. Seems like they've been choked by the Brighton's defense line, but danger not averted.
It just encapsulates Brighton's season so far. They play good football against many of the teams, but they find a way not to win at the decisive end of things. I remember the very first game of the season against Chelsea. It was a dominating Brighton display. That was when I saw Tariq Lamptey, and I wondered, why did Lampard sell this guy? And somehow they found a way to lose that one. The next game, they played good football. At the point in time, playing against Manchester United, they hit the crossbar 5 times that game. And if you look at their brothers, now I call them their brothers, because if you look at the table, the team just above them, Leeds United, they seem to be in a similar situation. They play good football, but somehow they are 15th and 16th on the table. You're asking yourself, how? I'm sure a lot of persons are listening and saying, wow, how is Leeds in 15th position in the English Premier League? The same Leeds we've been watching all season, playing all the good football and everything. But come on, sometimes football can be that dramatic. You know, you put in all the hard work, and then it just takes 1 second of brilliance from one of these players, and then all the things you've been able to do at the end of the day are brought to naught. But this Brighton side will need to be more decisive in front of goal, even as we are seeing
Neil Mope has been substituted,
getting off the pitch. I don't know if it's for an injury concern, because
I don't think it's an injury.
I didn't see anything of a knock.
And he's walking off the pitch completely, going into the dressing room. It seems like he's crying.
Could it be frustration? Or I don't know.
Emotional distress.
Yeah, emotional breakdown or something.
But Neil Mope has he was not a red card. We're not seeing the substitution yet. So the substitution is not yet confirmed. Mope wasn't sent off, but he has walked out of the pitch and into the Brighton dressing room. So currently, it is Liverpool with the one-man advantage for some reasons that we do not know yet. Well, we will find out. I want to believe it's not as a result of the emotions, you want to say, involved with missing that penalty. Stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened in football, I tell you. But let's see if Mope will be probably back to the field.
Let's see. I hope he didn't go to
Eric
use the loo.
No, he took off his shirt.
Exactly. He was not in a hurry.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's strange scenes there. Well, I think in time we'll get to find out.
Okay, we will get to find out. Apparently, it seems like it's an injury. From the reports we're getting, says he requires treatment, but then he walked off the pitch fine. He didn't need the assistance of any medical aid, but then we never can tell. Let's see what happens if the substitution will be confirmed and if Mope would maybe return back to the squad. We want to hear from you, but before we do that, let's still look at the UEFA Champions League to the bill. Let's quickly round this up. Looking at Group D, we had Liverpool somehow losing to Atalanta at Anfield 2-0. In the reverse fixture, or in the very first, the previous match day at Italy, it was Liverpool who were so dominant and who were brutal playing against this Atalanta side. But somehow they lost that one 2-0. It is still a very open group. Liverpool, FC Midtjylland, as well as Ajax of Amsterdam. Liverpool are topping that group, 9 points from a possible 12. Same, Ajax have 7 points, Atalanta have 7 points. So it is confirmed Midtjylland have nothing to do. I mean, even if they win their next 2 games, they're not even leaving that bottom. But for Ajax and Atalanta and Liverpool, it's a huge fight. Chidubem, who do you see making it through to the next round of the competition?
Well, it's very difficult to call at this point, and I think this is the reason a lot of persons touted this to be the group of death, and it's turned out to be that way. Ajax, Atalanta were always going to give Liverpool a run for their money, and of course that game against the last game against Atalanta and Liverpool just defines that. 2-0, they were able to win away from home. I think Atalanta against Liverpool is done. They won't be meeting themselves again, so it's going to be Ajax, Atalanta. Whoever takes that game is going to be joining Liverpool. That's what I think.
Okay, so you feel it's going to be down to Ajax and or Ajax or Atalanta.
Whoever wins the game between them will join Liverpool.
So it's confirmed that Liverpool will be making it.
Yeah, I think Liverpool will make it, yeah.
Okay. Well, talking about the English Premier League, if Liverpool win this game, they would be going on top of the table till tomorrow when Chelsea will take on Tottenham Hotspur. Whoever wins that game would now go back to top on the table or off the table. I tell you, it's a very dramatic and up and down it's English Premier League season.
Relay race. You just finished your own.
I tell you. But then we might have a little bit of stability, you want to say, because it's going to be Chelsea-Tottenham. So if Chelsea are able to beat Tottenham, I mean, that gap will be there for it. Just a little gap.
Well, there's still a chance of, I think, Leicester topping the league as well. So it's still funny scenes.
Okay, well, on Tuesday we had some Champions League games as well. In Group E, it's confirmed Sevilla and Chelsea are through to the next stage of the competition, so we would not be talking about that. The battle is between Rennes and FC Krasnodar on who would be going to the UEFA Europa League. It is a one-sided group. Chelsea, Sevilla have 10 points. Krasnodar, Rennes have 1 point each. So
social distancing.
And the fight is now on for who gets Europa League spot and who tops the group in that Group E. In Group E. For Group F, Borussia Dortmund saw off Club Brugge for 3-0, while Lazio were 3-1 winners over Zenit St. Petersburg. It is yet to no team. It's not confirmed that any team would be going through. Borussia Dortmund have 9 points, seconded by Lazio, who have 8 points. Club Brugge have 4 points, and Zenit St. Petersburg have 1 point. Zenit is confirmed they would not be making it to the next stage of the competition, because even if they win their next 2 games, they cannot overtake Lazio with 8 points. So the fight for Zenit is for the UEFA Europa League, while Borussia Dortmund, Lazio, and Club Brugge are fighting for a chance to make it through to the next stage of the competition. On the 2nd of December, we'll be having Dortmund versus Lazio, and then Club Brugge up against Zenit St. Petersburg. Chidubem, who would be making it through to the next stage of the competition?
Well, Borussia Mönchengladbach will be taking on Lazio the next game.
Dortmund.
So, Borussia Dortmund, rather, will be taking on Lazio. I think that one will be key. Whoever wins that game, I think we'll have a winner in that game, and whoever wins it definitely will be going to the next round, because according to the maths we are seeing here, it's going to be either 12 points or 11 points. Depends on who. For 12 points for Dortmund, 11 for Lazio if they win. So I think anybody who wins that game will be qualifying to the next round. So that I would think Borussia Dortmund should be able to move because that game will be played in Germany. And Club Brugge, I don't know. I have a feeling that Zenit St. Petersburg will put up a late fight and Club Brugge will not be winning that game. But in all, I think it's going to be the way it is right now. Borussia Dortmund
On
will
top?
qualify first, Lazio second.
Okay, in Group F, or Group G rather, already confirmed Barca and Juventus are through to the next round, while for Group H, it is still very open. Manchester United defeated Istanbul Başakşehir 4-1. PSG defeated RB Leipzig 1-0. And looking at the table, United have 9 points. PSG have 6 points, RB Leipzig have 6 points, and Istanbul Başakşehir have 3 points. So all 4 teams can still qualify to the next stage of the Champions League. Chidube, I think this is the real group of death.
Well, yeah.
Which team will be making it, or which teams will be making it?
I think we can safely rule out Istanbul Başakşehir. I'm not saying that because it's impossible for them to qualify mathematically, but I think realistically, they're not going to make it because they've got the quality in those other teams will be able to push them through. Don't remind me they beat Manchester United, please, because that's the only points they've got so far. I don't think they're going to be having that luck twice. This is in the Champions League. But Paris Saint-Germain, they have the quality and their players are returning. Neymar is back, Mbappe, and I think Verratti should be coming back very soon. So I think they would have their players in time to be able to see through that group. That victory against RB Leipzig was everything they needed to qualify. I think that 1-0 victory, penalty from Neymar, was very, very key, or is going to be key in their qualification from that group. So I think, like I said initially, Manchester United have 9 points now, but I still stick with Paris Saint-Germain and RB Leipzig leaving that group.
Okay. All right. Well, it is confirmed. Substitution is confirmed. New Mope has been taken off for Leandro Trossard. Let's get to the phone lines to get to hear from you, starting with the teams that you see making it through to the next stage of the Champions League. Some teams, 6 of them particularly, are through to the round of 16. 10 teams or 10 slots are left, and the teams will be battling it for that slot. Let's get to hear from you. Also, what is your take on Andre Villaboa's comments as regards FIFA retiring the number 10 jersey for all teams in all competitions in honor of the man Diego Maradona? The phone lines are open. Let's get to hear from you. 0817 00 951. 0817 00 951. And you can also reach us on the other number. It is 0810 9510 951. I take it again. 0810 9510 951. Well, we have our first caller today. Good afternoon. Welcome. Oh, sorry, we lost your call. Please call us back, and we want to get to hear from you. You can as well send us a text or WhatsApp message to the number 0701 933 9962. Let's get back to the phone lines to hear from more persons. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon to you. Victor, how are you doing? And good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Albert.
Albert, how are you?
I'm good, please.
Happy so.
Yeah, to be honest, what the was is talking about and what is actually worthy. And where Marina came from Argentina, I don't think Argentina can ever do that as now. And so I don't think it's going to speak for FIFA. Besides, he's not a competent coach. He has done nothing, and we have a lot of players who has done very well in the number 10 jersey. Every year in our country here, and we have in Ghana, Abidi Pele, he has done very well with that jersey. And we also have one here, also in Coach. So if you want to retire that jersey entirely, what will happen to the repetition of these players? Contribution they have made in football. You understand? So I don't think it's going to be possible. And but that I think the stadium should be named after him, at Napoli, and Napoli to wear the jersey. I think they are going to work for them. They know them who they have to do in football, Because since he left, and they have been struggling for all these years. They have done nothing in football.
Yeah.
I think the stadium and Jesse to Napoli should be arrested and the stadium should be named after the government of Maradona.
All right.
For the world, that is not going to be possible. It's too much.
All right. Thank you so much, Albert, for your contribution. Let's hear from another caller. Well, while trying to get that call, Liverpool have taken the lead. Mohamed Salah, the man, the Egyptian maestro, always finds a way to put Liverpool in front. And right now it is Liverpool leading at the American Express Stadium. Let's hear from this caller. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Okay, I'm Wisdom. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Wisdom, welcome. Just to add, Wisdom, just before you continue, VAR is checking for a possible offside. Go ahead, Wisdom.
Okay, talking about Andre Villabar's suggestion about retiring number 10 jersey in honor of Maradona. Well, that's a good suggestion, but to me, I don't think it's fit for football because there are other players who have done great with the jersey, behind the jersey, who have done, contributed so much to football. And Napoli naming their stadium after Maradona. Yes, it's a club side and they've got decisions to make by themselves.
All right.
So I think it's a great one.
All right. Thank you so much, Wisdom. Well, the goal has been disallowed for offside after a video assistant referee review. So Brighton and Hove fans can take a breather. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
What's your name and where are you calling us from?
My name is Vidich Mba. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Did you say Vidich Mba?
Yes.
All right, welcome.
My opinion on this is I don't think it's nice. Although Maradona was a legend, and I don't think it's good to retire all the whole number 10. Even in African Nations Cup, that's what they mean, right?
Yeah. Even MPFL.
Even MPFL. Then we should forget about playing football. It looks as if Maradona is the god of football or what. I don't buy that idea. There are so many ways of mourning Maradona, making him to be immortal, but not retiring all the whole number 10. If they should do that, I think they should go and retire the number 9 jersey. But I don't think there is any player living or dead in Africa that will ever win a World Footballer of the Year, except that George Weah's time that George Weah did it. So it's not a good idea. We should find another way to do that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Well, the question now comes: what happens, or what would happen if it was to be Pele?
Brother, maybe they retire football.
Well, let's hear from this caller. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, guys.
Simon, you're welcome.
Thank you. Me, I disagree with Villarreal. See, Villarreal was the person that said it. I agree with him. Yes, Maradona has contributed so many things in football. For history of football, very fine. And they cannot tell me that every other country have their heroes now. Even if you talk of FIFA now, he's not only the hero. So they can do it in Argentine national team, or maybe Argentine has all their national team. Maybe the former club, if the former club we affect, maybe Napoli if they will affect.
Or maybe Boca Juniors.
Boca Junior, if they will accept to. Yeah, maybe Boca Junior might be easier for them.
Yeah.
For Napoli, it's not easy for them because it's not even in Argentina. So telling me the whole world, no, I disagree in total, 100% disagree. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simon, calling in from Rumo Dumaya. Well, while speaking to Simon, Brighton had a chance. It was Danny Welbeck. He beat 2 players, but just for him to put the shot well wide. So it is still goalless in that game. Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
What's your name and where are you calling us from?
My name is Believe. I'm calling from Migo.
Believe, you're welcome.
Yeah, I want to talk about the Champions League.
Go ahead, my brother.
Yes. For that Man U group, I think Man U will qualify. Because if you look at it now, Man U have already gotten 9 points.
Yeah, they have 9 points.
And Leipzig have 6 points. So I didn't see how Man U will drop to 10. So I see Man U and Leipzig qualifying. Then PSG go to Europa. Then as for the number 10, retirement of that number 10 jersey, I don't buy that idea. That idea is such a good idea. Maybe they should just retire the number 10 jersey at the Argentine national team and all the clubs are in the Argentine team. Saying that they should retire the number 10 jerseys in the whole of football. It doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's hear from the scholar. Hello, good afternoon. Hello. Oh, please turn down the volume of your radio set.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please turn down the volume of your radio set.
This is Chipkan.
Please turn down the volume of your radio set. We can get a call back.
This is Chipkan calling from Ropoko.
All right, you're welcome.
Retiring the number 10 jersey for Maradona is not the best. There is a better way, other ways they can immortalize this name. They can name their international airport after Maradona because the beauty of the football is the number 10 jersey. If the jersey is retired worldwide, anytime people are playing games, you will not see number 10 roaming on the field again. The number 10 used to be the number that roam around the field. You see him creating chances. So it will be wrong for them to say they want to retire the number 10 jersey for Maradona. They can immortalize the name by naming the airport.
Okay.
In Argentina for him.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Well, just to add, it isn't Day. It was Andre Villaboa who made that suggestion. So it was more of a suggestion on his part to FIFA. FIFA hasn't paid any attention to it whatsoever. So it's yet to be confirmed. The phone lines are still open. Let's hear from the scholar. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm calling from
Moses, you're welcome.
Yeah. I know Liverpool will lose this game. They will lose this game to Brighton. 3 goes to nil.
3 goes to nil.
Why are you so excited?
Leave Moses alone. He has given his prediction. That's why I like him, because he just gives his prediction and he just goes off. Even if you ask him a question, no, he has given his predictions already, and he feels Liverpool are going to be losing the game to Brighton. Well, currently it is still goalless. So let's see what happens. 40 minutes gone in that game. Let's hear from more callers before we switch our attention to the Premier League. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Love the Christian is my name. I'm calling from Rumo.
You're welcome.
Andre Villaboa's suggestion, if you ask me, the suggestion is too. If you retire the number.
Sorry, what did you say? If you ask me, the suggestion is good?
Too big.
It's too big, okay.
If you retire the number 10 jersey, what happens when Cristiano Ronaldo dies? I think if it's maybe the hand of suggesting that maybe one of the hands should not be awarded as a penalty again, should be even better than suggesting the
I don't understand. One of the hands should not be awarded as a penalty.
At least for the hand of God.
No, I don't even understand.
That's a joking.
Okay. I was lost, I tell you.
I want to talk about Manchester United. Somebody said Manchester United will not qualify in their group. I want to tell you that Manchester United just need 1 point to qualify, and we are going to.
No, they don't need 1 point. They need 3 points to qualify.
The remaining 2 teams.
Manchester United, the remaining 2 teams have 6 points.
6 points.
Yes.
That one will be 10.
You'll be 10. The other,
But
the
what
other
if
two
they
teams can get
win?
6 points
6
and have
points
12
and
No,
have
they are playing
12.
us. They are playing us. If you have a 10, they are playing us. They will have 6 and another one.
That's all we're saying now.
They can still pass you to make it 10-10 safe. Then goal difference can now. So there's a lot of mathematics involved. For the safety and
10 points
peace
is
of
not
mind,
enough. 10 points
Manchester
is not
United need all 3 points to qualify. 1 point isn't enough.
I will call you back. Let me check.
All right, thank you so much. Well, you could call back and do your calculations right. This is where mathematics comes into football.
We are used to it as Nigerians.
We are used to it as Nigerians, my brother. If England loses this one and Nigeria wins, but they draw, we will make it through to the next stage. Let's hear from the scholar. Hello, good afternoon.
It's when I come back.
Welcome back, Moses.
You were asking me something.
Yeah, Chidubem was asking you why you are excited.
Okay, I'm excited because one of our last season will not happen. You know the way Liverpool won the league last season.
Okay, Moses, thank you.
You should consider a career in comedy, honestly.
Very funny guy, I tell you. Chidubem, let's take some of the messages we have.
Okay, we go to the message platform straight up, and this one will start here, and it says, "Good day, guys. I'm Ebuka from Grumo Biakani. What FIFA said about number 10, it's not FIFA, it's Andre Villas-Boas that said it. It was a suggestion about number 10 is not good. It keeps it short and simple. This one says, good day, sports crew. How can AVB say FIFA should retire the number 10 jersey in all football teams? Did Maradona play in all the football teams, or is he the only person that did well as, or has done well as a number 10? Well, that's the question everybody's asking. Brighton will shock Liverpool today. That's coming from Kingdom, from Aboniman. This one says FIFA should not retire any jersey for Maradona because he did not apologize to the world for using his hand to score during a crucial match. That was too bad of him. That's coming from AZ from Port Harcourt. And this other one says, I'm Ernest from Woji. For me, I think FIFA should retire football. The ultimate tribute. Villas-Boas should consider comedy. Well, perhaps he should. Good afternoon, Singto from PH. Gender-based... Okay, that's not for us. This other one says, was any number reserved in Africa? For who? FIFA, please, we love to see number 10 jersey on the field. AVB, stop. That's coming from Morgan. And, okay, he's talking about NFF. That will be for the next phase. And we go to the WhatsApp platform now, and we take the messages that this one says, first of all, FIFA has no rights to retire any jersey. If AVB has nothing useful to say, he should just keep quiet instead of trying to bring confusion. What sort of outrageous contribution is that? The number 10 jersey should be retired in the world. Did Maradona play for Nigeria or any African or European country? AVB is just trying to make himself relevant. R.I.P. Maradona. That's coming from Oscar KJ from PH. Not a happy man there, I tell you. Good afternoon to everybody in the studio. My name is Luis in Rupoku. Please, I want to get an update on the National Sports Festival. Thanks. Well, it has been shifted to January 3rd. So it's not going to be holding this year. Good afternoon to... Okay, sends the message twice. We've answered you already. Chimobi. The game... Okay, I'm sure Chimobi is your name. He's saying the game against Atletico Madrid was 1-0 in 90 minutes, but they were beaten in extra time. So in 90 minutes, it was 1-0. I'm trying to know what you're talking about. Okay, I think you're talking about Liverpool not losing a game at Anfield. Yeah, technically, you're correct. They didn't lose that game after 90 minutes. It was lost in extra time, but they still lost. I don't know.
Oh, no.
Hello, Sports Gang. I don't know what AVB was sipping on when he made that statement. Yes, Maradona was an amazing footballer and must be honored, but not to the extent of retiring the number 10 jersey worldwide. If we are to retire number 10 each time an icon passes, that means we will one day retire the whole numbers in football, or probably decide to retire football completely. AVB should please stay woke. That's coming from Emmanuel. I agree with you completely. We might have a time where we don't have any number anymore in football, and I think that's all for now.
Okay, well, at the American Express Stadium, halftime is upon us. 2 minutes have been added, and 2 minutes are being exhausted. We're waiting for the referee to blow the halftime whistle for both teams can go and recuperate. You want to say they've had their fair chances for Brighton and Hove Albion, they missed the penalty, Neil Mope, and for some reason, after missing that penalty, the man walked off the pitch, was eventually substituted by Leandro Trossard, while Mohamed Salah got a goal ruled out for offside. Very close call, but it's required the eagle-eye intervention of the video assistant referee. Well, it's halftime in that game, and Jurgen Klopp racing to the dressing room. He definitely has a lot to tell his players. We're still talking about English football when we come back. Well, that is the new Premier League anthem. Still getting used to it, I tell you. I'm beginning to feel it a little bit.
But it's not bad, actually. It's an infusion of the modern kind of sound. You know, hip-hop makes you want to feel jivey and you want to dance, so to speak. So it's a departure from, I don't know, it's not boring. The former one wasn't boring, but this one, it's a bit contemporary, more contemporary, what we see these days.
Well, I say prefer this. This is the Premier League song, I tell you. But talking about the English Premier League, one game is ongoing at the moment, and that is Brighton and Hove Albion up against Liverpool. Is still goalless. By 4 p.m., we'll be having Manchester City take on Burnley. Pep Guardiola has not had the best start to the Premier League season. His citizens side, Manchester City, are currently 14th on the Premier League table. Yes, 14th. After 8 games, City have just 12 points. Not the best that you want to say from Manchester City. So hopefully, Guardiola will be hoping that he gets his 4th win of the season. He's been able to get just 3 wins, gotten 3 draws, and of course, I think 2 losses. Their last game against Tottenham Hotspur ended in a loss, 2-0, and then they also lost or drew to Liverpool. It was 1-1. Chidubem, do you think Guardiola will be able to bounce back from 2 games without a win when he takes on Sean Dyche's Burnley later today by 4 p.m.?
Well, Man City is up against a side that they're used to defeating, at least in recent times. Last season, it was 9 goals in 2 games for Burnley, home and away, 5-0, 4-0. So it was a proper bashing of this Burnley side. Sean Dyche will always set his side out to defend, but there have been little tweaks to that, but come on, it's a very defensive side from Sean Dyche. Some people will call him a low-budget Sam Allardyce, but I don't know. He's very good when it comes to keeping those low blocks and preventing opponents from penetrating. But so far, he's been unable to do that this season, at least efficiently, because Burnley are languishing somewhere just close to the relegation zone. They were just able to push themselves out of the relegation zone with that victory the last time, their first victory of the season now. Who did they play that? I'm trying to confirm that victory they got last weekend to push them out of the relegation zone. Crystal Palace, thank you, to 17th on the table. So I think against Manchester City, who find themselves in a very unfamiliar territory at this stage of the season. I mean, who would have thought Manchester City would be where they are currently? I think they should be able to get one. One thing about City this season, is that they've not been scoring goals. I think it's too simplistic to say that
Yeah.
Sergio Aguero is missing, because it's the fact. We know that. Well, something has to be done. And I think it's something managerial. The coach has to talk to those players to step up. All the players would have to step up themselves and take responsibility for themselves.
I was just about to talk about the goal scoring of Manchester City. City has not scored more than twice in their last 6 games. This is the worst run since a 14-game streak in 2006. We have the players. City have the players. We know them. We know the goals can come from almost anybody. Kevin De Bruyne last season was getting the goals. Raheem Sterling, Gabriel Jesus, Riyad Mahrez. What exactly is the problem? Do you think it's all about Sergio Aguero? And why are the other guys not stepping up? Because when you see City perform at the Champions League, it's almost different from a City side at the Premier League. That's a twofold question now. The second fold is going to be, is the focus more on the Champions League? And so the players are giving their all for the Champions League and are not really interested in the Premier League this season.
Well, to start with, I don't think City are not creating enough chances, because when it comes to creating chances, I think they're third in the league when it comes to creating chances so far this season. They create a lot of chances. Even that game against the last one they played against Tottenham Hotspur, they had 24 shots. 24 shots taken in the game. That's massive for any side. And they were not able to convert their chances. Yes, I think just 8 were on target. But come on, 8 shots on target is still commendable from a team in 90 minutes. But somehow they failed to hit the back of the net. And I think it boils down to confidence of these players, these forward players, the Raheem Sterlings of this world. When they have that ball and just you and the goalkeeper, it's not been the fine finishing we've been seeing from those players in the past. It's been a slow start to the season, no doubt. And many teams have struggled due to injuries, and even Manchester City, even at some point, they had just 13 outfield players. First team players now, or registered players in their squad to prosecute a game. I think that was match day 2 or so. But they've grown past that stage. The players are beginning to come back. Bernardo Silva is back in the squad. You've gotten Gabriel Jesus back. You've gotten Aymeric Laporte. You've gotten Rodri back. You've gotten even Kevin De Bruyne back in the squad. So it's getting back to a full squad. So I think at this point, it's a matter of psychology. The manager should be able to psych these boys up to get back to that stage where they get the business done. Score the goals. Just score the goals, because you're creating chances. And like Pep Guardiola said in one of his interviews, when you're creating chances, it means there's always a chance to score a goal. So it's not like maybe Arsenal, for instance, where there's a problem of creativity. The team is not creating chances, and that's why they're not scoring goals. But in Manchester City's case, the chances are being created, but the forward players are not converting those chances. So it's a managerial thing. I think he should be able to talk those boys up to scoring goals, and the players themselves should be able to rise above the ashes and get the goals. And I think once it starts working, it just takes one player to start getting the goals, and it will rub off on the entire team. That's what I think. It's not working for anybody in that front line right now. And that's why Manchester City are suffering. If a player picks up, Sterling has been a shadow of himself this season. If Sterling picks up, maybe it's going to rub off on the likes of Gabriel Jesus, on the likes of even Phil Foden. Kevin De Bruyne is not the best of goal scorers. He creates the chances, and he's been doing that this season. He's been creating chances for the team, but there's been nobody to bury those chances. But where is that part of Kevin De Bruyne we used to see in the seasons past that would take a screamer from outside the 18-yard box? We've not seen that this season, and I think we need to see that. The manager needs to do some more talking to those boys to let up their spirits. I know it's been a grueling preseason and all the COVID-19 and all the shenanigans, but you should be able to talk those boys up to getting the business done already. Some of these players are quiet. They're a bit quiet, not at the level we used to see. Mohamed Salah, Sadio Mane, yes, they are doing well. Liverpool is getting the victory right now. But you can notice that little bit of a drop in intensity from some of these top players, especially in the Premier League. I think it's going to take some time before they get back to that place. But at this stage, they should be able to at least get the goals that will get them winning. And he asked about the Champions League, Victor. I think in the Champions League, they've met teams that have not been as defensively astute as they've met in the Premier League. I would say that for a fact. And sometimes, apart from that, the truth is that when it just works for you, it works for you. Sometimes you don't just know what's happening. You get the chances, you take the goals, and of course, we all know that the concentration is on the Premier League. Like it or leave it. Even Pep Guardiola knows that himself. He's won the league with 100 points, with 99 points, so there's with 98 points rather. So there's nothing to prove whatsoever to anybody. Anybody who thinks he's not a good manager, well, that's for you to think. He's achieved the dominance that Manchester City brought him to decide for. He was brought in to take City to that level where every other season you will look at them as the big boys, as the team to beat. And that is what Manchester City has been in the past 4-5 seasons, at least under Guardiola so far. So he's been able to achieve that. What is lacking is Champions League. He's giving the club an identity. So that Champions League crown is lacking. And it's not just for Manchester City. It is also for the man Pep Guardiola, because he has not won that laurel since he left Barcelona. And it's a blight on his career. He will need to do that. So I think, yes, he's concentrated on the Champions League, but that's not enough. I think that's too simplistic to say, oh, it's because he's concentrated on the Champions League. Goals need to start coming, and they will come. I mean, the last game they played, it was just a 1-0 victory in the Champions League. So it's not like they've been winning by 20 goals to nothing or something. Even last season, they were scoring plenty. Goals are plenty. They only won by 3 goals to nothing against the Marseille side that even Yimba can beat with the way they are playing the Champions League this season. So I think, generally, this City side will have to step up. I know there's been a drab, and some of their big players have not really gotten into full swing. Bernardo Silva is still trying to find his life. Raheem Sterling even has not come up to the party. Riyad Mahrez started the season a bit nicely, but come on, the goals need to start coming. And those forward players, I think it just takes one. And that's why everybody keeps talking about that man, Kun Aguero, because we know that once he's there on the pitch, the possibility of him getting the goal is very high. So that's why everybody's talking about Kun Aguero, because he's the easy fish to look out for. But come on, the other players will have to step up. And who will make them step up? The manager has to tell them something that will make them just give above what they are giving right now. And the players, we talk about the leadership quality. That's where it comes in. One player would have to step up and lead this team, take this team by the hand and lead them to the promised land. That's not happening right now.
Okay, well, just giving you a rundown of games that will be played today. Let's start with games that were played yesterday in the English Premier League. Crystal Palace lost at Selhurst Park to Newcastle United, 2 goals to nothing, with Joe Linton and Callum Wilson involved in both goals. One scored, the other assisted, and then the reverse was the case for the second goal. In the Spanish La Liga, Real Valladolid and Levante played out a 1-1 draw, while in Germany, Wolfsburg defeated Werder Bremen 5 goals to 3. Werder Bremen have it's not been the very, very best for them, but they are currently 10th on the Bundesliga table. And also Strasbourg defeated Rennes 1 goal to... Oh, it was a 1-1. Yeah, 1-1 draw in that match. Currently, or in the English Premier League, Brighton and Hove Albion are playing out a goalless draw with Liverpool. It is at half-time. By 4 p.m., Manchester City would welcome Burnley to Etihad. Everton will take on Leeds United at Goodison Park by 6:30 p.m. And by 9 p.m., we'll see West Bromwich Albion up against Sheffield United. In Spain, in the Spanish La Liga, one game is ongoing, and that is Elche up against Cadiz. It is goalless, and by 4:15, Valencia will take on Atletico Madrid. SD Huesca will do battle with Sevilla. Real Madrid will take on Deportivo Alaves later in the evening by 9 p.m. In the German Bundesliga, games are plenty. 6 games to be particular, and 5 of them would be kicking off by 3:30 p.m. Augsburg will take on Freiburg. Borussia Dortmund will be up against FC Cologne. RB Leipzig versus Arminia Bielefeld. Union Berlin up against Eintracht Frankfurt, and VfB Stuttgart versus Bayern Munich. By 6:30 p.m., Borussia Mönchengladbach would battle Schalke 04. In Italy, Sassuolo will take on Inter Milan in the next 27 minutes. Benevento would host Juventus. And later on, by 8:45, it will be Atalanta versus Hellas Verona. And in the French Ligue 1, 2 games will be played today. Marseille up against Nantes. PSG versus Bordeaux. Children, let's talk about the other game. But first of all, your prediction for Manchester City Burnley?
Well, I honestly hope that Manchester City finds a way to get the goals today. But I think on the back of their performances, I'll just call a 2-0 victory for City. For the citizens, yeah.
Okay, 2-0 victory for Manchester City. We'll also have Everton take on Leeds United, as they will be hoping history repeats itself when they host Leeds at Goodison Park. Leeds have never beaten the Toffees away in the Premier League in 12 attempts and come into the game with just one victory from their past 5 games. Carlo Ancelotti's men bounced back from 3 successive defeats to beat Fulham 3-2 last time out and can go third if they pick up 3 points against Leeds United. Let's look at the injury update for Lucas. For Everton, they have Lucas Digne, who will be having surgery on Monday, as the man could be out for 2 to 3 months, as well as Seamus Coleman is also out of the squad. For Marcelo Bielsa, it seems like, don't think there's any much injury in that team. They did have Rodrigo. Yeah, Rodrigo did test positive to coronavirus, but
he's back.
He's
and
back.
He got a goal in the last game, yeah.
Yeah, so Rodrigo could be maybe being a part of the starting 11, as well as Patrick Bamford looking to lead the line, as he'll be hoping to score in a 5th consecutive away game. Chidubem, Everton versus Leeds United. Everton started the season firing on all cylinders. It seemed it was going to be Everton winning the league. They were going to do a Leicester City, but somehow their intensity dropped. And against a Leeds United that you say plays beautiful football but do not get the results, do you think it would be the same case when they take on Everton tonight?
Well, I think it's going to be a show-off of 2 of some of the finest managers we have in the Premier League, and not just the Premier League, the world over. One of them is actually nominated as one of the best coaches for the outgoing footballing calendar year. Talking about Marcelo Bielsa, the coach of Leeds. A lot of persons are even asking why is that the case in the first place, but that just tells you how good the manager he is. I mean, look what he did with Leeds. In case you've forgotten, Leeds were supposed to be in the Premier League last season, not even this season. But there was a famous case of them giving out 3 points, or not 3 points now. There was an incident when Bielsa had to tell the boys to allow, I think, was it Fulham then, to get a goal to score because of an incident that happened in the game earlier. So this season they came back, last season they came back again and they were able to win the championship and come back to the Premier League. But so far, it's been quite a topsy-turvy ride for the Leeds side, because they've had those games where, yes, they played well and got the points, and those are the ones, like the one last week against Arsenal, where you couldn't just explain why Leeds couldn't get 3 points in that game. They did everything but score, hit the posts, played good football, ran at Arsenal, did everything. Even Arsenal, Nicolas Pepe even got a red card at some point, but still, Leeds were unable to get that victory. I hope that doesn't happen again against Everton, because these are 2 sides that will want to play expressive football. We know how they are going to line up. Marcelo Bielsa will always put up his famous 4-1-4-1 formation. And of course, for Carlo Ancelotti, it's going to be the old-fashioned, so to speak, 4-2-3-1 formation from him. And of course, he's got his players back in the side. Dominic Calvert-Lewin, he always is magician, and he is back to getting the goals. He got one the last time around in that victory, 3-2 victory now against Fulham, yeah. And this time, I'll just be hoping for a fine encounter, a beautiful show of football, because these are 2 managers that know their onions, that know what they want to give us, what they want from their team, and how they want to play. And it's going to be exciting to watch these 2 teams take on themselves. But I think there's just that little thing that makes me feel Everton are going to get this one. But Leeds, it's very difficult to write Leeds off, no matter who they are playing against. But I don't know. They have Rodrigo back. Bamford is in that side, and it looks like a draw for me, honestly, because it's the Goodison Park, and history doesn't favor Leeds when it comes to this one. They've not won there, and I think history might just be having a way to repeat itself, because everything looks like they might be back to struggling. But I think the game looks like one of those games that is set out for a score draw, like we say.
Okay, well, score draw for Everton versus Leeds United is what Chidubem sees that will be happening later tonight or later this evening by 6:30 p.m. Second half is already on the way at the American Express Stadium. Brighton and Hove Albion still playing out a goalless draw with Liverpool. Let's go talk about Spanish football. Let's start with the games to expect, the big games to expect in Spain this weekend or even today. Atletico Madrid versus Valencia at the Estadio Mestalla. That's what I meant, Mestalla. Chidubim, this is one of the big matches you want to say. Atletico Madrid are having a really decent season. So far, they are second on the Premier League, on the La Liga table. They have 20 points, just behind the Real Sociedad, who have 23 points. If they win Valencia, they could be taking that position from Real Sociedad. And mind you, Atletico have played just 8 games. Real Sociedad have played 10 games. So they have 2 outstanding matches. Do you think this would be the time when Diego Simeone finds a way to be top of the La Liga table?
Well, it's possible. They have a goal difference of plus 16 against that of Sociedad with 17. So it means that if they win that game, they should be going top of the table, at least with 2 goals now. They should be going top of the table with 23 points, same as Real Sociedad, but they should be ahead on goals difference.
They don't use goal difference in
Spanish La Liga. Okay, yeah, it's head-to-head. Thank you. But I think against Valencia, this Valencia side has been struggling. We know there are issues on and off the pitch. They are struggling financially. Let some of their good players go. Kondogbia even left to Atletico Madrid. Funny thing, they are going to be meeting this time around. But it's been struggling for Valencia longer time after the glory days of the early 2000s and, trying to build the Mestalla, the old Mestalla. Now this new Mestalla, it's still an incomplete project after so many years. So it's been struggles for that team financially. And somehow they've not been also able to run out of those struggles on the field of play. They are 10th currently on the league table, played 10 games, have 12 points, and have a goals difference of just +1. So they would want to look at this game as one of those games where they want to just sneak something out of the big boys. Atletico Madrid themselves, like you said, have done quite well for themselves this season. Played 8 games, won 6 of those, and lost 2. And in recent times, I don't think they've lost a game in 7. So it's been a fine run, or in 6 now. It's been a fine run in recent times. And João Felix, that boy has been on fire. I've said before, I don't know if it's here or elsewhere, and I think he's going to be the blowout boy of this season. That's the man to watch out for this season. João Felix, watch out for him. For Atletico Madrid, he's been the man to watch out for. Even in Portugal, he's been fantastic as well. Despite the many bright and shining lights in that Portuguese national team, but somehow João Felix manages to maybe just be on top of the rest a bit. The talks of Cristiano Ronaldo will come up, but come on, if you actually watch Portugal, you just understand how important that guy has been to them in recent times. But I think this should be a win for Atletico Madrid, but it's going to be tough. It's always tough against a Valencia side. That game is going to be played at the Mestalla, so traveling there is always difficult. I think the last time Real Madrid went there was a 1-1 draw. So was it 1-1? I think 1-1 draw. Oh, they were beaten. It was Villarreal that played at the 1-1 draw. Valencia did beat them. Those 3 penalties, I remember quite well that one. Madrid conceding 3 penalties, Ramos even having one of them. But I think this time around, it should be an Atletico win based on current form. And of course, the fact that some of their players are coming back quite nicely. But
Luis Suarez is still injured.
Nah.
Diego Costa is... Diego Suarez is not injured, but he's just recovering after contracting coronavirus.
Yes.
Diego Costa is injured, so he most likely would not be featuring.
No, he won't. But you've got João Felix. João Felix can do the magic. And you've also got Yannick Carrasco, he's been missing chances for fun, but he's also finding ways to score some as well. But I think generally Atletico should be able to beat this side because it's a Valencia. Valencia plays similar football to, not particularly similar, but they're a very direct side, and Atletico can also punish them on the counter as well. So it's going to be back and forth between these two sides. But I think generally Atletico should be able to have one over Valencia because this is a Valencia side that has been struggling. They only managed to push themselves to 10th on the back of their good victories in recent times, especially that one against Madrid. Last time around, it was a 2-2 draw away to Deportivo Alaves. But Atletico Madrid, of course, did beat Barcelona, in case you've forgotten. The last time around, they played the game in the Spanish La Liga. So I think Atletico Madrid for the victory this time.
Do you think Atletico will be able to put the pressure on both Barca and Real Madrid as regards clinching the La Liga title. It's been how many years? 6 years now since Diego Simeone last won the La Liga.
When I'm looking at the table and I'm maybe asking myself, should it be the year when Barcelona and Real Madrid push Atletico Madrid for the title? Because Atletico Madrid are actually second on the table. Real Madrid are fourth, and Barcelona, where are they?
They should be 12th or 13th.
They are 13th. Imagine. Barca is 13th on the table. The Spanish La Liga table. Played 8 games and have 11 points. Real Madrid have played 9 games, have 17 points. That's 6 points ahead of Barcelona. And Atletico Madrid, of course,
have played
8 games, same as Barcelona, but have 9 points more than Barcelona. Well, someone would just say that's just 3 losses, and those 9 games are off. But come on, you can't just take this one with kid gloves, because this is Atletico Madrid we're talking about here. It's a reinvigorated Atletico Madrid side. Yes, they lost Thomas Partey, but they've got Lucas Herrera and Kongbia as well to back up. So I think they have enough to be able to challenge. And of course, they've upgraded with Luis Suarez as well. And João Felix is beginning to become the man that made them sign him for over £100 million from Benfica in the first place. So I think it's going to be a season where Atletico Madrid will fancy their chances, because Real Madrid are still in a rebuilding phase. They are still trying to find a balance. You know, some of the players bought for big money, like Eden Hazard, and of course the other man, Luka Jovic from Frankfurt, still trying to get to that level where you would expect them to be. They've all got young players as well, the likes of Odegaard, the likes of Federico Valverde, Vinicius Junior, who you would expect to step up and, of course, find a rhythm from Zinedine Zidane this season with these boys. That might take time, and Diego Simeone could be telling himself, while Real Madrid are trying to blend, that is a perfect time for me to garner the points and keep creeping up the table. He's doing that already. Gradually, he keeps getting the points. And like child's play, he will just say, initial grab, and before you know it, they're solidifying their place right there at the top of the table. So it's a good thing that they've started this way, and I hope they keep up with this pace. Barcelona themselves, I mean, the less we say about them, the better. We know all the struggles they've had this season. Lionel Messi or whatnot and everything. Coutinho out injured, and Ansu Fati out injured as well. Struggles here and there, but I think this might just be that season, like you said. Atletico looks like the team that has everything working for them this time around. They've got the players. They've got a coach who feels this is the time where I make a statement and I come back to work on it, because a lot of us have forgotten about Diego Simeone. That's just the fact.
Sure.
We've gotten past that stage where we used to see him as one of the best, that everybody wants him in their team. But this time around, there's been that bit of a breeze past the man. Nobody's really thinking about him so much. So this might just be that season where he places himself back in that top echelon of coaching, where he's just that man you can't stop thinking about. So yeah, it could be that season where they win the league.
Well, Real Madrid head coach Zinedine Zidane is adamant that his team's inconsistency is not down to an attitude problem in the squad. The defending La Liga champions have been wildly erratic in 2020-2021, producing some under-par performances despite also celebrating some commendable wins, such as the 3-1 Clasico victory and Wednesday's Champions League triumph at Inter. But Madrid have already conceded 10 goals from their first 9 matches, the joint most at this stage in 12 seasons. But Zidane is refusing to put it down to the team's collective mentality. He says it is not an attitude problem because we always want to give everything. You asked me, so I have to answer. But this is football. There are lots of factors to play in a game, and sometimes you can't understand it. The only thing we know is that if we do things together, we are very difficult to beat, but being consistent in football is the most difficult thing to achieve, and we try to work on it every day, concentrating and working on all that we can. We have little time to prepare, but in the end, that is what we want, and it is to do well. Well, it has been suggested that Madrid are nearing the end of an era, with many players approaching the end of their careers. Sergio Ramos, Marcelo, Luka Modric, and Karim Benzema, who are already well into their 30s. But Zidane dismissed this notion and made no pledge to bring in reinforcements in January. He says, no, it is not the end of an era here. You always have to fight to be concentrated. We never stop in that sense. There will always be changes in the squad from time to time, but the players want to compete. And now we have this squad. Until then, I don't know, but we have to do it until the end of the season with the squad I have, and we don't have to change anything. Chidubim, would we say Zidane and Real Madrid, first of all, have they been inconsistent this season?
Well, I think everybody will agree with that.
Okay.
Even the Spanish La Liga table will even agree with that, because how many games have they played this season? They are currently fourth on the table. They've played 9 games. They've won 5. They've drawn 2, and they've lost 2. That's inconsistency. Come on, you've won 5 games. You've drawn 2. You've lost 2. That's inconsistency for Madrid. I mean, we're not talking about Elche or Celta Vigo here. So,
Okay.
of course, that is, and we also see it on the field of play. You have players as well, apart from the general team results. You have players that you watch today, they're on fire. Maybe Vinicius Jr., for instance, in that Clasico, he was on fire. After that, he went back to being maybe, let me know his Bukayo Saka self. That would be an insult to Bukayo Saka. But come on, he went back to being just an anybody. Maybe Alex Iwobi. You know, so players, you keep having that kind of performances from these players in and out. Even the forward players. Today they are good. Tomorrow they're nowhere to be found. It's just a few of them who have shown consistency. Maybe the Ramoses of this world, Casemiro to some extent, but the man even goes out injured.
Okay.
So I think the consistency is a thing this season.
Well, Liverpool have taken the lead at the American Express Stadium. The goal came while Chidubem was speaking from Diogo Jota.
Oh,
the guy can't stop scoring, and I can assure you, Jurgen Klopp would have a headache.
No, he's not. He doesn't have an headache. He's already fixed it. I was going to say that before we started the show, or while we were into the show, he has fixed that already. If you notice the change in formation, he's moved from a 4-3-3 to a 4-2-3-1. He did that because of Diogo Jota. Now he's excused one midfielder. Before, it used to be 3 midfielders. But now he's excused one of them. Now you usually have Hernandez, that's the captain of the side, Henderson rather, and maybe Van Aldum or whoever he wants to add to that. But it's just 2 midfielders now. Then you have those 4 guys up front, the 3 of them. Salah on this, Diogo Jota on the right wing, where Salah used to play.
Well,
and then
it seems like we might be having another penalty. Calls for handball by Fabinho.
Oh boy.
But the player was offside, so it doesn't count. The ball did hit the ham of Fabinho, but
the offside cancels
the handball.
So Liverpool would smile this time around because they've been victims of so many unfortunate VAR calls. But well, most times they are right. But like I was saying, Jurgen Klopp now has corrected, or he has adjusted to Diogo Jota's form. Diogo Jota now plays from the right wing where Salah used to play. Salah now plays as a false 9 up front in that 4-2-3-1 formation. So 2 midfielders and the 3 players now. You've got Sadio Mane, you've got Firmino just playing behind Mo Salah, and of course Diogo Jota on the right wing. So it's a formation that has been grafted so well to fit in, to rather capture the brilliance of the man Diogo Jota in recent times, and also to sort of cushion the effect of some of the exited players due to injury. So it's a good one from Jurgen Klopp, and it has worked so far.
All right, so it is 1-0 in favor of Liverpool, courtesy Diogo Jota. So back to Real Madrid. You don't think it is a problem of attitude, these inconsistencies? Zidane is downplaying it, saying, no, attitude has nothing to do with it.
Well, attitude on whose part? The part of the manager or the part of the players? Because if we're talking about the part of the players, I don't think it's attitude. I think it's a matter of the age of the players. These are young players, and with young players all over the world, you have inconsistency. It's one of the characteristics of young players. They are mostly inconsistent. There are just a few, and those ones are the excellent ones, the outstanding ones now, not even excellent ones, that have consistency as a strong point. The likes of Erling Braut Haaland, Kylian Mbappe, maybe Trent Alexander-Arnold. It's rare to see young players, Ansu Fati maybe, and João Felix. Those are outstanding players at that young age, under 21 or 22, 23 or 22 now, because 23 it feels like you're getting older. But you have those kind of players in Madrid right now, and I don't expect that level of consistency, so to speak, because I don't think they're outstanding players. No disrespect to Vinicius Jr., to Odegaard, to Mariano Diaz. Lucas Vazquez is an old man now. The other small boys, Luka Jovic even is a bit aged. So I don't expect that kind of consistency because I don't think they're outstanding players. I just think they are very good players who could maybe turn out to be outstanding players in the future. But for now, I just think they are what they are. And that level of inconsistency is going to be there. And you've also got older players who are phasing out. And with that set of players again, you've also got inconsistency with the likes of Luka Modric. Sergio Ramos has been largely consistent this season, although he still has that moment of score, where his brain just decides to go haywire. But you've got Marcelo as well, very inconsistent. I mean, even from last season, today he's good, tomorrow he's out. Carvajal also has those pockets of inconsistency. Casemiro has been largely consistent. Toni Kroos also too has been inconsistent for most spells of the season. Same with Lucas Vazquez. So these are the older players in the squad. Benzema has also been consistent. You have to give him credit for that. At least he's the man that the team can look up to score goals, and he's been doing that for them ever since Cristiano Ronaldo left. So I think this consistency issue is something we can see, and we know why. Like I've said, we have very young players in the squad who are still trying to find their footing. Eden Hazard too. He hasn't found his footing. Injuries and all that leading to inconsistencies for Eden Hazard. And now you've got the other players who are trying, who the manager is trying to phase out gradually. You also have inconsistency issues with those set of players. So definitely consistency is an issue with Real Madrid. But the manager should be able to find a way around it. It's not enough for us to just say Real Madrid are going to struggle this season.
Okay, speaking about their other, you want to say their arch nemesis, Barcelona. Well, Lionel Messi, Sergio Busquets, and Frankie de Jong are all back in Barcelona's squad for tomorrow's La Liga clash with Osasuna. Messi and de Jong were afforded rests in midweek, meaning they missed the 4-0 Champions League win away to Dynamo Kiev. But both are likely to come straight back into the starting 11 at the new camp on Sunday, when Messi will be hoping to continue his fine run against Osasuna, having scored 22 goals in 18 La Liga meetings with the Pamplona side. Well, Busquets has not played for Barca since the 5-2 win over Real Betis on the 7th of November, as he sustained a knee injury on international duty with Spain. It is unclear if Busquets is to start, but he has seemingly been deemed fit enough to be at least on the bench. While Sergio Dest has been included in the selection after reportedly suffering a muscular problem. Well, that is that about the Spanish La Liga. Let's look at the Italian Serie A, as Cristiano Ronaldo's Juventus will be taking on Benevento today. Well, Ronaldo is going to be rested on that game due to tiredness, fatigue. Seems like age might just be telling a little on Ronaldo.
He needs to rest. That game against Barcelona is very important.
That's the 8th of December.
He must play.
It's still far now.
No, it's not far. They should rest him so that he will not pick an injury. He must play. And of course, that's on the lighter note, by the way. But he's an old man, like we've said. It's even incredible that at that age he's been able to put in the kind of performances he's been able to do so far. You can also talk of the other Papa now, the grandfather in AC Milan, talking about Ibrahimovic, who's been getting numbers at 39. I mean, I can give you a catalogue of players who didn't even get up to 39. And those that were even 39 did not even smell a goal at that age. They were even on the bench. They were warming and hugging the bench. Some of them were not even making it to the bench at that age. So I think it's brilliant what Cristiano Ronaldo has been able to achieve. I mean, we know what he can do. So I don't think we can't even sit here and start talking about the man and praising the man, because we might use the whole show doing that. But come on, he deserves the rest. He has had his own issues with coronavirus, and also give him the rest so that you don't wear the man out. He's not the youngest of players anymore. And of course, Barcelona are doing the same thing with Messi, so he deserves the rest.
Well, we would have Sassuolo take on Inter Milan in the next 2 minutes. Chidubem, Sassuolo are second on the Serie A table. They've not lost a game this season. They've been really, really convincing. And it's really great to see the Italian Serie A opening up. Normally, by this stage, it's going to be Juventus first with a huge gap. But right now, we're having AC Milan on top of the Serie A table with 20 points. They haven't lost the game as well. Sassuolo comes second with 18 points from 8 games. And the funny thing is, all teams have played 8 games. AS Roma have 17 points, and they are third from 8 games. Juventus have 16 points from 8 games. Inter Milan have 15 points from 8 games, while Napoli, Atalanta, and Lazio all have 14 points, and they're on 6th, 7th, and 8th positions, respectively. I mean, seems like we're in for a fight in the Italian Serie A this season.
Well, I wouldn't be too quick to say so, because in Juventus you've got a rookie manager who is trying to still, he was basically trying new things with the team. And you can remember when I was here in this studio complaining about the fact that I was seeing Juve doing things I wasn't used to seeing them do, doing the press and everything. I was surprised because from a person who's been watching this Juventus side for a long time, I was quite startled that Pello decided to bring that into this team. But good thing last week he came out to say he's done experimenting and now he wants to, go out for what he wants and get the victories. And I think last time out it was a resounding victory they did get in the league, and trying to get the goals. Okay, that was 2-0 now. They did get the last time around against Cagliari, and I think this time around they should find their footing as well. But you look at the other teams, AC Milan, I would just say they are punching above their weight at this point. Yes, they've made some very good signings. They've got some good players in their side. Frank Kessie, they've got Ibrahimovic, they've got Brahimo Diaz, and a blend of some other fine players as well in that side, Shalanoglu and the others. But I think at some point that AC Milan side will wear out because the squad depth is lacking in AC Milan. Quality now, not just numbers. Quality of the men on the bench. Inter have got that aplenty. When you look at the players they have on the bench, they've got that aplenty. But you've got the Sassuolo side, who I think are just the IGG side, Nisha Gragra. They're going to go back to where they belong, which is maybe somewhere around mid-table or even below that. But it's a good one. They are doing quite well for themselves this season. Credit must go to the manager, Roberto De Zerbi. He's been able to at least give Sassuolo some good performances this time around. But you would expect that the normal boys will come back to where they belong. I mean, look at the table. It's still similar to what we saw last season. The players in the teams in the first 8 position, you have AC Milan, you have Sassuolo, who I just said I don't think are going to be there in the next 10 games. You've got Roma in 3rd, you've got Juve 4th, Inter 5th, Napoli 6th, Atalanta 7th, and Lazio 8th. Naturally, these are the teams you'd expect in those positions in no particular order, and that's exactly where they are right now. So I think the league is just going to run around these 8 guys like a particular, or these 7 guys now, like a particular musician says that the world will revolve around something. This time around, I think the league is going to revolve around these 7 teams, not winning the league. If you ask me who's going to win the league, I think it's going to revolve around Juventus, Inter Milan. Juventus because of the quality, of course, they've got in all the players, the many players they've got. Inter Milan as well, the quality in that squad. And of course the manager, Antonio Conte. Then we've also got an Atalanta side. I think Atalanta, not fighting for the league. If you ask me, I think it's just down to 2 persons for this league this season. Juventus and Inter Milan. AC, they're having a good run right now, but I think that time will come when they will wear out. So the best they will get for themselves this season is a place in the Champions League for next season. But for now, I think the league is in a scatter mood, like we say.
Yes, the Juve anthem. I tell you, so many teams have given us some really fine anthems, and this is definitely one of them. Well, the game between Sassuolo and Inter Milan has started, and we'll be keeping our eyes on that one as it is.
Do you ever wonder what is singing that anthem? Because what I normally hear is Omona Juve na Juve. Honestly, anytime I listen to it, that's what I hear.
Well, let's hear it again. Now you know it's you do, yeah.
No, there's that part. It hasn't gotten to that part. There's a part that says
Omona Juve.
Omona Juve, and it makes me feel it makes you feel like a Nigerian thing or something.
Okay,
I'll find out the actual thing he said.
Well, let's see how it goes for Juve. And speaking about the goals being converted this season in the Italian Serie A, Zlatan Ibrahimovic is currently top of the goal scoring chart with 10 goals, seconded by Cristiano Ronaldo with 8 goals. Both 30-plus strikers.
Ciro Immobile is somewhere up there as well, also 30-plus. What's happening to the
young boys?
Kai.
But you know, that's the thing about Italy. You know, Italy has a thing with old men. I don't know how to explain it. The way Gigi Buffon, just Giorgio Chiellini.
What is the alias for Juve?
Old lady. You know, there's a thing with age in Italy. It's like the older you get, the better you become.
Like fine wine.
Yeah. So maybe that's the case with the old guys. With the guys.
Shame on all these small boys. All those Frank Kessies and Marina Diaz's and even Dybalas. You're there and Ronaldo is scoring goals. Shame on you people.
Well, Chidu, let's get back to the phone lines to get to hear from more persons. That the phone lines have been buzzing prior to now. So let's get to hear from you as regards your expectation and your thoughts on all we have discussed. We started the show talking about Andre Villaboas's comment on the number 10 jersey on FIFA, retiring that jersey for all teams across all competitions in the world in honor of the man Diego Maradona. We also looked at the UEFA Champions League and the teams that have made it through to the last or to the round of 16. Which teams do you see joining them? The phone lines are now open. 0817 000951, and you can also reach us on 0810 9510951. Good afternoon. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Ekene from Mobile.
Ekene, you're welcome.
I'm a Liverpool fan. I want to comment for that Andre Villaboas. Who are the one retired the number 10 JC for Maradona? If the one returner, maybe the returner for Argentina. Maybe for the whole world. Maybe the returner for Argentina. I want to talk about Liverpool match.
Go ahead.
Liverpool, I don't know if it's only Liverpool. Liverpool is getting injured now. Milan is getting injured now. They're out. Thank God, we will still win our match. Now 1-0. I know that now 1-0, but we will still win the match.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Ekene. Well, it is 78 minutes in that game, so much drama can still happen. It takes just a few seconds for the game to turn on its head. So let's just see how it goes for Liverpool. But like he said, James Milner picking up a knock in this one. And, well, somehow Jurgen Klopp has found a way to balance out the team with or without the injury
and just
worries.
Updates on substitutions made so far. We've had Neco Williams been taken off for Jordan Henderson, the captain of the side, coming in just at the start of halftime. For the 6th minute, he came in. Mo Salah has as well been taken out for Sadio Mane, and of course James Milner has been taken out due to injury, and Curtis James comes on in his place.
Let's hear from the caller. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon, my brother.
What's your name? Where are you calling us from?
My name is Tony. I'm calling from Future Community.
You're welcome, Tony.
Yes, please, I want to ask what Bedford and the Clippers Rangers, what is it?
Hey, my brother.
I don't understand.
Bedford and Clippers Rangers for championship.
Okay, we will look for it. We will look for it. Hello.
What did they play?
Real Valladolid played out one. It was 1-1. Yeah, 1-1 with Levante. Real Valladolid. While Brentford defeated QPR 2-1.
Thank you. I really
He enter.
appreciate you. Thank you.
My brother, did he enter? If you enter, may you.
The match will go on, and the first one I enter, the one you thought you enter now, but
when he enter, you know go call again.
I will call. Why don't call?
No, Allah. Thank you so much. Let's hear from this caller. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What's your name? Where are you calling us from?
Sunday Christian is my name. I call back.
You're welcome.
I want to talk about Manchester City, the position they are at this point in time.
All right.
You know, I called last week and I said that the position or what is happening to Manchester City and Barcelona at this point in time doesn't make them, they are no longer a big club. At a point in time in any club, some weeks or some months, somebody can have a poor run of form. Doesn't make you not being a big coach any longer or not being a good team any longer. At match day 5, Manchester United was at number 15, and people are laughing at Manchester United. Today, Man U is ahead of Man City, Man U is ahead of Arsenal, and people were saying Arteta is doing a good work at Arsenal. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer does not have any direction in Manchester United, but today we are ahead of Arsenal. Does it mean that Arteta is no longer working? Does it mean that Barcelona is no longer working? Who can remember 80 million of the old? Such things can happen to any team. What I'm trying to say is that at this point in time, Man City is not doing well. Does not mean they are not a big team. They will still bounce back. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your contribution. He says Man City would still bounce back. Was that a
nasty tackle on Diogo Jota at that time? And it was a counter-attacking situation for Liverpool. And Diogo Jota was brought down quite nastily there by Brighton and Hove defender. But okay,
Ben
that was
White.
Ben White. And he has been dished out a yellow card for his worries there. And it's Liverpool who have a free kick just about 30 yards from goal here.
Okay, elsewhere in Italy, Inter Milan have taken the lead. Alexis Sanchez, after 4 minutes, have put Inter Milan ahead of that one, and currently 9 minutes gone. We'll be giving you the lineup for the game between Manchester City and Burnley. But first of all, let's welcome Osage Ihimwi, who joins us. He used to be in the second part, but he just had to come in to talk a little about Barcelona, a club where he shares some affiliation with. And Osas, would you say Barca so far? You know, someone says the position of Barca does not mean a goal for Liverpool. Sadio Mane comes off the bench to replace Mohamed Salah, and he has put Liverpool 2-0 up in this game, and you would want to say game over for Brighton. The team, the Seagulls, have done their best trying to get the goals and also minimize damage, but all it needed was the head of Sadio Mane to make the lead quite comfortable. But then the question was he offside? I think he was.
No, we'll have to look at that again, because I think
he left while the ball just okay.
Well, I knew it. It looked offside. No goal. He's offside.
Yeah, part of him was offside. I think there were two players that were offside. Matter of fact.
No, not the day.
Second goal chopped off
by VAR.
By VAR for offside. First one was Salah. This one, Sadio Mane. But this just is defining Brighton over and over again. They play well, find a way to lose.
They have to find a way to get a point from this one at least. After getting 2 goals chopped off, you should try and get a win, or even if it's a draw.
After missing a penalty too,
So 5 minutes left, and it will be all to play for the Seagulls. Osas, over to you. And Barcelona, they're through to the round of 16 of the Champions League, but somehow they've not been able to replicate their performance when it comes to the Continental Football Club competition, to the league. What exactly is the factor responsible for that?
A lot of factors, Victor, I must say. We actually came into a shaky season. Remember how the season started with unsettled waters. We had one of the key members of the team, Lionel Messi, being kind of disturbed before the season started. He's actually playing, but he's not doing that with the whole of his abilities right now because he's a man of mixed feelings, not really happy. We also lost a president. There has been issues at the administrative end, so you can see a lot of things are actually up right there at Camp Nou. It's going to take some time. Quite all right, the team is actually building. They're yet to understand the philosophy of the new coach. He's coming with a different style of play, away from the tiki-taka, keep possession and begin to spread passes that we usually know. But it's going to take some time. I strongly believe that we're going to bounce back.
All right.
We've seen teams come through, and also we've seen teams go through these kind of times and still bounce back. So we will get back for sure.
All right, let's get back to the phone lines and hear for some more callers. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
What's your name?
Ekene is back.
Welcome back, Ekene.
I don't know what is going to VAR. They don't decide our field goals.
Well, it's been right decisions for both of them.
If my pension fund United, they will give them the goal.
I don't understand. Were the decisions not correct?
No, I pray.
So relax now.
The month before, I fear now.
Begin to pray.
They time one and enjoy all the miracles. You not complain.
Yes, do they have?
Hello, good afternoon.
Thank you.
What's your name?
Oti.
Welcome,
Yes, sir. May I know the position of Samson Siasia's case?
Well, we will get to you on that.
He did send an appeal, but we've not gotten the...
Yeah, I think it's been moved. I
think they've not done the
sitting. They've not even done the sitting for the appeal.
Okay, they still in appeal court now.
Yeah, he wants to appeal that decision.
Okay, nothing has been heard about it.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, OC. Well, the phone lines are still open. 0817 000951 and 0810 9510 951. Brighton did come close just few seconds back with from a corner, but somehow Liverpool were able to clear. Hello, good afternoon. Oh, sorry, we lost that call. Phone lines are still open. You can as well send us your tweets. We are at Today FM 951 at Today FM 951. Or you can copy me at Victor Oriahi. Seems like we're going to be having a very intensive
battle.
2 minutes or 3 minutes in this very game. Brighton want to get a point from this match. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Sports Club.
Good afternoon. What's your name? Where are you calling us from?
Maradona is a great player.
Yeah.
Everywhere. So, retiring that jersey, for me, is not the best thing. If they want to retire it, as some people were saying, they can do that in Argentina. That's very good. Because jersey number 10 in any club or any country is a very unique number. It's not something that you can quickly remove because of one person. So that's what I think about it.
All right. Thank you so much. Well said, I tell you. Andre Villabois with the comments on FIFA retiring that jersey number for all teams. It seems like not one person has called to say they are in favor of that. It seems like Villabois might be the only man in the world that thinks it's a good way of honoring Diego Maradona. Let's get to hear from more callers. Sorry, the phone line's acting up. I did end a few calls, but please call us back. Or you can as well send in your text messages to 0701 933 9962. Back to the phone lines we go. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
What's your name? It's who? Ekene. You're welcome.
Yeah, I want to know about Alcantara injury. The guy never still recover.
Yes, Alcantara is still not recovered, but according to speculations, it should be back by December 8th, thereabouts.
How? Now, it's still much. See, I'll contact our coach, Liverpool coach. Liverpool has an injury problem, but they still manage the team. I wish him good luck.
All right. Okay, thank you so much, Ekene. Yeah, quite a number of injury worries for Liverpool. Virgil van Dijk, Alexander Arnold, Joe Gomez, and also Thiago Alcantara are all injured. There is a VAR call for a possible penalty for Brighton and Hove Albion. This might be
even trying to
Brighton
find
are trying
the killer goal here, but
and they are Liverpool are living on deadly times. A chance for Brighton, shot, but he goes wide for a corner. Is that a corner or a goal kick?
It's a corner.
It seems it goes out for a corner, and this might just be it. It's a goal kick. No one touched it. Well, Brighton, the future seems bright for the manager who somehow plays good football but doesn't get the result. But this would be a really deserved result from the Seagulls or for the Seagulls.
Kudos to them. Without two of their most important players, they've been able to.
It is actually a corner.
It's a corner.
I said it was a corner because there was a deflection.
They play without two of their most important players, and they've still been able to at least find a point. As it stands now, there's still a point. Neil Mope went out sometime around the 20th minute, and of course, they started the game without Tariq Lamptey, arguably their best player this season. So it's a good thing that they've been able to get something, or looks like they're going to be getting something out of this.
They have gotten something out of it.
They've gotten something. 1 point, 1-1 apiece, Liverpool and Brighton at the Amex Stadium.
So it's full time at that one, and our eyes would now be, or we would be anticipating the game between Manchester City and Burnley, as Pep Guardiola has released his lineup. 4-3-3 formation it is for the citizens who will be playing at home right there at Etihad. Edison Moraes starting goal. The four-man backline sees Kyle Walker, John Stones, Ruben Diaz, and Benjamin Mendy. In midfield it is Kevin De Bruyne, Rodri, and Ike Gundogan, while up front Riyad Mahrez, Ferran Torres, and Gabriel Jesus. On the bench for Manchester City is Raheem Sterling, Zach Steffen, Bernardo Silva, Fernandinho, João Cancelo, Phil Foden, and Eric Garcia. No Sergio Aguero on the field of play or on the bench for Manchester City. While for Burnley, they play in a 4-4-2 formation. Bailey Peacock Farrell starts in goal for them. The four-man back line sees Charlie Taylor, James Tarkowski, Ben Mee, as well as Matthew Lowton. While Dwight McNeil, Josh Benson, and Ashley Westwood, as well as Dre Rodriguez, would be playing in midfield position. And up front is Ashley Barnes and Chris Wood. On the bench for Burnley is Johan Goodmanson, Eric Peters, Will Norris, Matai Vidra, Kevin Long, Jimmy Dune, and Mace Goodridge. Osas, no Aguero. So many speculations had it that Sergio Aguero would be playing this game, or maybe will be a part of this part of the match day squad, but no Aguero. Do you think it's a thing of the man not recovering, or the coach seeing this game is not worth introducing Aguero to?
I guess it's fitness issues. If I may take it that way, it should be fitness issues. We can't say maybe the game is not that important to field Kun Aguero right now, because I think if there's any team that needs a kind of rejuvenation or a kind of step up in their forward department, it is Manchester City. They need to begin to get the goals. They need to find their way back to the top where they ought to be. So I believe maybe he's a bit rusty and not fully fit to take part in this game.
All right. Okay. Well, maybe Aguero is a bit rusty and not fully fit to take part in this game. That is what Osa says. Inter Milan have made it 2-0 against Sassuolo. Seems to be quite, they are in cruise control. Antonio Conte's men. The first goal came from Alexis Sanchez, assisted by Lautaro Martinez, while the second goal was an own goal from Vlad Chiriches. Let's talk about the best awards, guys. This week we had the FIFA The Best Awards. The nominees eventually given out, listed. And there've been quite a number of talks. Some people believe some players or some managers shouldn't have made it to that award, while others believe, no, it's well deserved. So we'll be getting your thoughts as well as the thoughts of the guys listening. But remember, you can be a part of the conversation by sending us a text or WhatsApp message to the number 0701 933 9962. Well, the shortlist for the players, goalkeeper, and coach prizes have been announced, and public votings are open. And you can cast your votes until the 9th of December. The award will be taking place on the 17th of December in a virtual ceremony. Let's start with the best FIFA men's player of the year. Thiago Alcantara for Spain, Bayern Munich, and Liverpool. Cristiano Ronaldo of Portugal and Juventus. Kevin De Bruyne of Belgium and Manchester City. Robert Lewandowski of Poland and FC Bayern Munich. Sadio Mane of Senegal and Liverpool. Kylian Mbappe of France and PSG. Lionel Messi of Argentina and Barcelona. Neymar of Brazil and PSG. Sergio Ramos of Spain and Real Madrid. Mohamed Salah of Egypt and Liverpool, as well as Virgil van Dijk of Netherlands and Liverpool. Osas.
Yeah.
Is there a player or are there any players that you feel shouldn't be on this list for the nominees? The players that shouldn't be there, they will now go later to the players that should be there, that you feel were excluded.
If I would have wanted to exclude someone, it would have been, I think, Mohamed Salah, because you
would have excused Mohamed Salah?
Yes.
Like Mohamed Salah shouldn't have been on the list?
Yes, for me. That was just concluded. He
take out anybody, I'll have to replace with somebody. I think I'll take out Mohamed Salah as well, honestly. I'll take him out. And of course, we'll get to the point where we have to add somebody. But for now,
you will take him out.
Because I have someone in mind I think should be there ahead of him.
Okay, so well deserved for Sergio Ramos, for Virgil van Dijk.
Yeah, I think it's well deserved. Sergio Ramos was something else last season. He practically was.
He was the
Real Madrid's best player.
He was one of the outstanding players. Of course, himself and Benzema last season were fantastic, and of course, you can also squeeze in maybe a pocket other players. Casemiro, always consistent for that side as well, and maybe Vinicius Junior had fine showings here and there, but it was about Sergio Ramos and Benzema for the whole of last season for Real Madrid. So I don't think it's a surprise that the man is there. And of course, Virgil van Dijk, yes, was instrumental for Liverpool last season. Mo Salah, it's not like he had a bad season, but I just think if there's any player, like you said, that I would take out, he's the one. It's not like he didn't deserve it that much, but okay. I think there's somebody in my head. When we get to that, I'll tell you who the person is.
All right, so let's just get straight to that. Which player do you think, or which players do you think should have made it to the list in the stead of Mohamed Salah?
Ciro Immobile. I go for Ciro Immobile 100 times above Mo Salah last season. He was fantastic for Lazio. He scored. In fact, he
won the European Golden Shoe.
Exactly. Apart from Robert Lewandowski, he was the man when he talked about goals last season. It was all about Ciro Immobile. I don't know if it's because he played for a last year's side that didn't do much, or because he plays in the Italian Serie A. Come on, Ronaldo plays there as well, and it's on this list. So I don't think it's about the league he plays. It's just one of those things that happens. I think Ciro Immobile should be here. Yes, there's talk about Mo Salah winning the Premier League, but you can't have all the players in Liverpool on this list. Jordan Henderson was the best player according to the EPL last season. You know, best, I think PFA's best player, he was the one. But you have right now Ciro Immobile, who I don't think you could call two players the Italian Serie A and not mention him. You could even argue he had a better season than Cristiano Ronaldo. I think he did. So I don't see any reason why he shouldn't be here. Yes, there will be the argument of what did he do for your country? But come on, I think on the back of what he did for his club is enough. What did Mo Salah even do for his Egyptian side? So I think he's only here. Mo Salah is here basically because Liverpool won the league. Mo Salah didn't have a fantastic season last season. No, he didn't. He just had one of those very good seasons, or good seasons by his standards. So I think, well, like I said, he's the man I'll take out. And of course, comfortably coming in will be Ciro Immobile.
How about you, What's that?
Yeah, I think I share the same thoughts or ideas with Chidubem on this one. Chiro had actually had a very fantastic season, beating Lewandowski to the most goals in Europe. I think he deserves a place right there. Well, I really don't know the reason why he wasn't given the nod, but for me, I think he deserves a place. Salah out, Immobile in.
No other player? Just Ciro Immobile
yes.
for both of you?
Yeah, Neymar, but I mean, he got to the final of the Champions League and he had his good showings in the league as well. Despite the fact that I think he played second fiddle to Kylian Mbappe, but I think it was quite a good season for him, especially his run in the Champions League. He had 1-2 games where he did so well, and also in the league as well. So, two players that I feel are questionable have to be Neymar and Mo Salah. But like I said, it's one of those things that happen. Everybody cannot be on the list. So it's a top 10 list, and I think it's probably well deserved for the players here. But like I said, Ciro Immobile should have been that one player that should be in this list, because on the back of what he achieved for the outgone year, I don't think there's any reason why he shouldn't be on the list.
Okay, and let's go to the best goalkeeper. Alisson Becker, Brazil and Liverpool. Thibaut Courtois, Belgium and Real Madrid. Keylor Navas, Costa Rica and PSG. Manuel Neuer, Germany and Bayern Munich. Jan Oblak, Slovenia and Atletico Madrid. And Marc-Andre ter Stegen, Germany and FC Barcelona. Any inclusions or exclusions? Or it's a perfect list?
For me, I'll look at it as a perfect, almost perfect list. But if I would have sought for an inclusion, I would have looked towards the direction of Pope.
Of Burnley?
Yes.
Really?
He was instrumental for his club. He actually did well when it comes to individual performances. But
he considered goals of fun last season.
No, but he was more like
he wasn't even the best goalkeeper.
He wasn't the best goalkeeper, quite right, but he was like the star.
How about Dean Henderson?
We are talking FIFA here. We're not talking of the EPL, please. If you're talking about Dean Henderson, you should also talk about Rio Patricio. You should also talk about who else had a decent season. You could also squeeze in Emi Martinez as well. So if you're talking about that, that's for the EPL or maybe. So
for you, it's a perfect list.
I think it's a decent list. I can't think of anybody that should have been here that's not here. So I think it's fine enough.
What about Marc-Andre ter Stegen?
Ter Stegen is there.
Oh, he's here.
I know he's there, but what about his
Ter Stegen has been brilliant. He has been brilliant for Barcelona. I don't think
after
many
the
well, coming from a Barcelona fan.
No,
you don't think he should be on the list
after the 8-2?
Is it just by the 8-2? Okay. There are players here who considered as well. Alisson considered goals, maybe not that much. 8-2, but
not that much.
No, it's not just about one. You can't just use one game. I think it's been one of the reasons he's kept Barcelona in games so many times. Himself and Jan Oblak as well. It's just that I think Jan Oblak is one of those very underrated goalkeepers. He's up there, and it's no surprise really that he's there. That's talking about the Atletico goalkeeper, and of course we know who's going to win it, right?
Definitely Manuel
Neuer.
Okay, there's no arguments. Noah takes this one.
Okay, yeah, I didn't get your winners for the FIFA best men's player. Should have been.
I think it was a consensus the last time.
Robert Lewandowski.
You can't win the Champions League and not win the FIFA best.
Okay, so Robert Lewandowski as well. Let's go to the best men's coach. The best FIFA men's coach. Marcelo Bielsa of Argentina and Leeds United. Hans-Dieter Flick of Germany and Bayern Munich. Jurgen Klopp of Germany and Liverpool. Julian Lopetegui of Spain and Sevilla. Zinedine Zidane of France and Real Madrid. Should have been any exclusions or inclusions?
Any exclusions? Okay, Nagelsmann. Argument would be if Nagelsmann is not here, then Marcelo Bielsa. But come on, I think the biggest question mark has been about Marcelo Bielsa being on the list, because questions are being asked. Okay, the usual questions from the regular fan out there, regular football follower. When we see this kind of awards, the first thing that people hear, thing I hear is, what did they win? What did he achieve? What did he do? And that's exactly what people are asking about Marcelo Bielsa. What has he done? He qualified Leeds, brought them from the Championship to the Premier League. But what has he done? Is he the first person to do that? He's not the only team that will come from the Champions League. But come on, I think sometimes we have to appreciate the art of coaching. I think statistics has stolen a lot of shine from the beauty of football. Football is not just about, it's not mathematical, it's not mechanical, it's not 1+1. There's an artistic side to sport. And if you've been hearing me very well, I've always been a canvasser for the promotion of that artistic side of football, because football is art, sports is art. That's why I talk about Roger Federer a lot, because of the way he plays. I talk about the likes of Ronaldinho, Lionel Messi, the way they play, the way they bring football, they romance the ball, they make football look enticing to watch. Pep Guardiola, Arsene Wenger, Marcelo Bielsa, Johan Cruyff. These guys brought the beauty out of football. You watch football and you love it. And that's why this Marcelo Bielsa guy is here. He popularized the 4-1-4-1 formation, especially in this dispensation. Not many managers do that. But he did that with this lead side in the Championship. Not the best players they had. But come on. He's been able to build a system that works and a system that plays good football. Leeds were a sight to watch. They were a beauty to watch, even in the Championship. And come on, we've seen them in the Premier League so far. They've been playing wonderful football. For a side that has come from the Premier League, you see the coaching impact. It's not about just running around the field, but you watch out for this team and the way they play, the beauty, the way the coach has been able to set up this team to play football. And I think that credit has to be given to Marcelo Bielsa. Yes, it's a surprise for many that he's up here in the list among the kings, so to speak. But if you actually watch the input of Marcelo Bielsa into these teams, we can't forget in a hurry what happened, the case of him sending spies to each venue to know how each team he wants to play plays. That is beyond the line coaching. That is thinking outside the box. And I think Marcelo Bielsa is one of those fantastic coaches you find out there. And it's no surprise, really, that he's the 6th highest earner when it comes to managers in the Premier League. It's a shocker. But come on, he deserves it. The man is paid £8 million to do the job he does. How many managers can afford better? Just 5 of them in the Premier League. That tells you the story. I think Marcelo Bielsa deserves to be there. But come on, the arguments will always go on and on. There are maybe other managers that would have squeezed themselves inside. Nagelsmann will be one of them because of what he did with RB Leipzig in the Champions League last season. Yeah. They were in the semi-final. And of course, they had a decent run in the league. I think they finished 2nd in the league. So it was pretty much a decent season for him as well. So the argument to be that if Bielsa is here, why not Nagelsmann? Maybe someone else as well.
You're actually forgetting Thomas Tuchel.
Thomas Tuchel of PSG.
Yeah.
Took them to the final.
Took them to the finals of the Champions League. He won the
League One title.
He won actually.
He won
almost all three domestic titles
in France.
Yeah. So I don't know.
I think
Marcelo Bielsa being there. Okay, fine. Chidubim talked about him popularizing the 4-1-4-1 formation. I think the same thing with Tuchel. Tuchel actually used that in Dortmund anyway. I don't know the reason.
It's not like he popularized that. I just said it's something he popularized for the Leeds side. It's not something they were used to. Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel maybe because the talks were so much around him this period for bringing Leeds United to the Premiership, the hype was that much. I owe that to the reason why he's there, because apart from that, I don't see any reason why Bielsa should be there for now. He's a good coach. I'm not taking it away from him, but I think that spot should have been reserved for someone more deserving than himself.
How about Lopetegui? He won the Europa League.
Yeah, Sevilla.
Yeah,
Sevilla have been a delight to watch. Yeah. I've been following this Sevilla side ever since he came in, and on the back of the not so good performance he had with Real Madrid, and of course he did that back to what he did with his Spanish team. A lot of persons were having their doubts about Lopetegui and why he even was brought into Sevilla in the first place. But he's been able to make this Sevilla side a very compact side, both defensively and offensively. They feel like a bunch. When they are defending, they are all for it, and when they are going forward, it feels like a herd. So it's a beautiful Sevilla side to watch. I mean, look at that game against Bayern Munich, that UEFA Super Cup game. It took up until the extra time, the first half of the extra time for Kingsley Coman to come in to get that goal. And it was a very hard victory for Bayern Munich. If at some point it felt like Sevilla were going to get that victory. Even this season, yes, they've not been so fantastic in the league, but they've also been doing well this season. In the Champions League, they've already qualified for the next round. And I mean, they gave Chelsea a run for their money at the Stamford Bridge the other time. So I think it's quite deserved from Lopetegui's standpoint. And I think this list, I'm quite happy with it this time around because it feels like a departure from the past where we used to see managers just here because of what their clubs managed. Like we've talked about Thomas Tuchel. I think Thomas Tuchel did well with PSG, got them to the final. But you would ask yourself, with the quality you have in your side, was that the best you could get out of that side? That's what I ask myself when I talk about the best managers. What did you get out of what you have? Because you can have a whole lot, and then your team, I mean, look at the Juventus, for instance. Juventus could go on to win the league this season under Pirlo. Maybe win with 77 points. But you ask yourself, is this Juve? If Juve is performing at their maximum level, will they be winning the league with this kind of points? Or will they be winning the league this way? PSG struggled. Like, it was not the all-convincing PSG we used to see in the league last season. They won the league, but not with the kind of margin. Yes, the league was cut short at some point, but they were losing games at some point of that league. You look at the fact that some of these other smaller managers, like the Bielsas of this world, they had teams that were scrappy, not the teams that you expect they will do wonders with, but the kind of things they were able to achieve with that kind of a team. If you know the Champions League very well, the Championship, you don't play sexy football in quotes now. You don't play it in the Championship. Champions League is basically dirty football. But this man came playing the style of the big boys, so to speak, pressing, playing the press, playing the high line. Those are things you don't find in the Championship. But he did that, and he did it so perfectly. The other time, like I said earlier on, he was supposed to have qualified last season, but out of his own benevolence, Leeds didn't come to the league, and people thought it was a fluke. If anybody thought it was a fluke, he repeated it the next season, and here they are. So I think it's a good thing we are beginning to see some of these managers get credit for the efforts they put in, and emphasis should be laid when it comes to awards. I think emphasis should be laid, especially for the managers, on what they've been able to achieve with what they have, as against what you won. Because yes, what you won will count, but sometimes you can win the league, but you are expected to do better. Like PSG will be expected to win the league 99 out of 100 times with the current squad and with the current setting of the French Ligue 1. But was it something of an exceptional state? That's what I want to watch out for. If the manager did that, good and fine, you can win it.
Well, for the best FIFA women's player, Lucy Bronze of England and Olympique Lyon, but now she plies her trade with Manchester City. Delphine Cascarino of France and Olympique Lyon, Caroline Graham Hansen of Norway and Barcelona, Pernille Harder of Denmark and VfL Wolfsburg. She plays in Chelsea now, by the way. Jennifer Hermoso of Spain and Barcelona, Ji So-yoon of Korea Republic and Chelsea, Sam Kerr of Australia and Chelsea, Saki Kumagai of Japan and Olympique Lyon, Marozan of Germany and Olympique Lyon, Vivienne Miedema of Netherlands and Arsenal, and Wendy Renard of France and Olympique Lyon. For the women's goalkeeper, we have Anne-Catherine Berger of Germany and Chelsea women, Sarah Bouhadi of France and Olympique Lyon, Christian Endler of Chile and PSG, Edvig Linda of Sweden and VfL Wolfsburg, but now she plays with Atletico de Madrid Femenino, Alisa Nair of USA and Chicago Red Stars, and we also have Eddie Roebuck of England and Manchester City. Well, for the best FIFA women's coach, it is Luis Cortez of Spain and FC Barcelona, Rita Guarino of Italy and Juventus women, Emma Hayes of England and Chelsea, Stefan Lerch of Germany and Wolfsburg, Igris of Norway and LSK Vienna, Lynn Jean-Luc Vasser of France and Olympique Lyon, and Sarina Wigman of the Dutch national team in Netherlands. So that is the nominees for the FIFA The Best Awards that would be taking place on the 17th of December. Let's get back to the phone lines and hear from you. Are there any exclusions or are there any inclusions or anyone that you feel shouldn't have made the list particularly for the FIFA Men's Player of the Year and also for the Coach of the Year. Should Marcelo Bielsa be a part of that list? Did he do enough bringing Leeds United from the Championship to the Premier League, winning the Championship in the process to make it to the FIFA the Best Men's Coach of the Year nominees? Let's get to hear from you. And also, who are your potential winners? 0817 00951. You can also reach us on the other number. It is 0810 9510 951. Our text and WhatsApp portal is still very much open, and we will be taking your messages shortly just before we leave for the second part of the show. You can still send in your messages to the number 0701 933 9962. Let's hear from this caller. Hello. Good afternoon.
Hello, I'm Peter from Obigo.
You're welcome, Peter.
I think in the women's nomination, our own Ashisha Oshola should have been nominated.
How? My brother, do you watch the women's football?
I watch it because if you look at the two players, Barcelona, the nominated from Barcelona, I'm not sure they are better than Ashisha Oshola.
Well, they are.
The assistant that always comes from the bench, or which one?
You can check the record.
Is it the assistant that comes from the bench, or which one?
Well, he believes Asisat Oshola should have found a way. Yeah, I think
it's like me asking Vivian Medema to be the best player this time around because she plays for us now. I know Peneda is.
Jennifer Hermoso is a very instrumental player for Barcelona. Hello.
Hello. My name is Ekene from Obibo.
Ekene, you're welcome back.
I get transfer news.
We'll be getting to the transfer news shortly.
Okay, give us transfer.
Thank you so much, Ekene. Well, the phone lines are still open. Let's hear from more callers about your reactions towards the FIFA The Best Award, as well as other things that we have talked about. Let's give you a rundown of results of matches being played or the ones that have been played already in Europe's major league. Starting with the English Premier League, we told you earlier that Liverpool played out a 1-1 draw with Brighton and Hove Albion. I would continue with that when we hear from this caller. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What's your name?
Stanley.
Stanley, you're welcome.
I'm calling from Aba.
You're welcome, Stanley.
I was expecting you guys to go more about updating on games going on across the world.
We can't hear you.
I'm expecting you guys to go up in details and that updating the results on games going on all over the globe.
I was doing that just before you called in.
Please, that was expecting you guys to go around.
Thank you so much, Stanley, for your comments.
Well, if you've been listening, we've been giving updates intermittently while on the show, but I'm sure we might just do that before we run out of the studio, but we've been doing that as the show has been running. But Victor, we just have a few messages on the text message platform and on the WhatsApp platform. I'll start from the WhatsApp platform. This one is saying, good evening. Ronaldo and Zlatan performances in Italy doesn't surprise me. Serie A is a league suited for old legs to do well. A league where 39-year-old Luca Toni won the Golden Boot. In fact, I would even frown at Ronaldo not being able to win Golden Boot in 2 attempts. That's from Romo Cruci. Well, just in recent history, Quagliarella, 36-year-old, was also the Golden Boot winner. And Thiago Alcantara out, Haaland in. Simple, he says. And to the text message platform, okay, this one is saying, I wanted to know the state of Hazard and Williams, who left us. Chelsea thus becomes impure in Real Madrid and Arsenal. It's like their move was not ordained by God. Both of them should be advised to sit on their respective throne. I am Madison. Well, you confused me there, young man. Good day, sports presenters. Yes, Maradona is a football legend, but yet he did not win. Okay, he did not want to be retired almighty number 10 jersey. No player on this planet is qualified to be retired jersey for because it has happened. All the football jersey number would be retired for all good players like Ronaldo, Messi, etc. Chinedu from Ugrita. And finally, this one says, Hi, sports crew. Those who died during the games deserve that. That's coming from Samuel PH. I didn't particularly understand. And finally, greetings, Chidubem and Co. That the name Maradona became synonymous with tricks was not the man Diego Maradona was as a trick. Was not the man Diego Maradona was a trickster. Okay, that's confusing. I'm sure you meant does not mean he was a trickster, but his exceptional brilliance on the pitch, his legacy in his legacy is transgenerational. No doubt, he played the game as though it were made after his image and likeness. If FIFA suspends the usage of the number 10 for the remainder of the season to honor this man who made soccer gloriously luminous, it would be too much to ask. But to retire the number forever, nah. That's coming from Godwin from Rumibo.
Okay, so Godwin believes that he might, retiring for the rest of the season.
Yeah,
might be something, but not forever.
Yeah.
All right, giving you the rundown of results and games to expect in England. Detail earlier, Brighton over Beyond Penalty 1-0 draw with Liverpool by 4 p.m. Manchester City be up against Burnley. Everton versus Leeds United by 6:30. West Bromwich Albion taking on Sheffield United by 9 p.m. And in Spain, HA a penalty 1-0 draw with Cadiz by 4:15 to be Valencia versus Atletico Madrid, SD Huesca versus Sevilla, and Real Madrid will be taking on Deportivo Alaves. In Germany, some surprising results. VfB Stuttgart are leading Bayern Munich 1-0. Well, just 25 minutes gone in that one, and Borussia Dortmund are also losing to FC Cologne 1-0. Union Berlin are defeating Eintracht Frankfurt 2-0. Arminia Bielefeld and RB Leipzig are penalty goalless draw, while Augsburg and Freiburg is still goalless. By 6:30 p.m., Borussia Mönchengladbach will be up against Schalke 04. In Italian Serie A, Inter Milan are 2-0 up against Sassuolo. By 6 p.m. to be Benevento up against Juve, and Atalanta versus Hellas Verona. Meanwhile, in the French Ligue 1, no game has kick-started, with Marseille taking on Nantes by 5 p.m. and PSG locking horns with Bordeaux later on in the evening. Before we leave the studio, let's give you a rundown or just some transfer gossip making the rounds. As Borussia Dortmund sporting director Michael Zorc says he can see Norway striker Erling Braut Haaland at the club for a long time. The 20-year-old is contracted to the Bundesliga side until 2024, but could leave for 75 million euros in 2022 because of a release clause. Argentina left-back Nicolas Tagliafico, who has been linked with Chelsea and Manchester City, have agreed a contract extension with Ajax, which is expected to see the 28-year-old stay at the Dutch club until the end of the season at least. Chidube, Haaland at by Borussia Dortmund, do you see that man remaining with the team for a long time?
Well, when you have teams like Real Madrid, Barcelona, maybe Bayern as well, who might come calling at some points, then it's difficult to see how Dortmund will keep the man when they need the money as well to keep the club running. So I think it's just a matter of time before Haaland eventually leaves Borussia Dortmund. Where he lives is left to be seen, but of course you want to fancy the likes of Real Madrid and maybe PSG to be able to get the man.
Liverpool's England right back Trent Alexander-Arnold says the scheduling of games this season defies common sense. Premier League clubs have been told to reduce the number of fans allowed back into the grounds to 1,000. This is according to the Telegraph. And, for Accrington Observer, it says Burnley Czech Republic forward Matai Vydra wants to leave Turf Moor to secure regular first-team football. And the Independent newspaper says English winger Angel Gomez says he left Manchester United for a fresh start after rejecting their offer to instead join Lille in the summer. AC Milan's technical director Paolo Maldini admits interest in France winger Florent Thauvin, who is out of contract at Marseille in the summer of 2021. And lastly, Southampton Polish defender Jan Bednarek says a gluten-free diet using a psychologist and boxing lessons have helped him improve. This one is from The Mirror. Let's see if we can take in one more call before we leave the studio. Any lucky caller? Well, I doubt there is. Well, this is where we will be drawing the curtains on the first part of the marathon edition of today's Sports Live. Many thanks to Chidubem Joseph Njoku, who was with me from 1 p.m. And, of course, to Osage Himwi, who who came in sometime around 3 to talk about Barcelona particularly. He will be staying back for the second part of the show, which will be led by the Reliable Radio spokesman, Reliable Reliance Doing. My name is Victor Oriahi. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't go anywhere. The show continues when we come back.
This good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Oh wow, the largest e-commerce revolution 2020 is here. Time All invites you to attend a brief training featuring learn how to earn an online shop and earn consistent profit every 10 to 12 days for life without hawking product or recruiting people. This profit is called the store profit. Learn how you will benefit from the revolutionary quantum health product. Learn how to grow your financial capacity in less time. Get to know other ways of earning as you partner with this amazing company. Venue, number 57 Uyo Street, off Stadium Road, Port Harcourt, River State. Date and time, Thursday 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Fridays 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Saturdays 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Please note, no compulsory referral, no compulsory selling of product, no capital lockup. Please ensure you write HOT 95.1 in the attendance sheet. For more inquiries, call 0902 158 4941, 0902 158 4941 or 0806 814 3637. This training is powered by Chimo.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights more? He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Tyson Gay right hold all the way. He's looking right.
The heart stops.
Catch the sports gang on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays, 7:30 a.m. and Today Sport Live, 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends, 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today, 95.1 FM.
What a goal! Hangs it up for Ronaldo. Oh, my God!
Experience the glorious goals rush. The heated verbal jabs and even moments of madness. Experience the sensational swings, strokes and shots. The moments of victory and despair. Experience lights out on a majestic night in Singapore and a whole lot more.
On your premium talk news and sports radio station.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Listen to Sports Attack every weekday from 7:30 a.m. and Today Sports Live after the news update at 3 p.m. Stay tuned on Saturdays and Sundays for a bumper edition of Today Sports Live from 1 to 6 p.m. Experience sports in its entirety on your premium talk news and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
For me, even if you sad, oh. Be good to me, even if you bad, oh. Stay with me, even if you've got some place to be. Pray with me, even if you know believe. Smile for me, baby me please. Smile. The truth will break my heart too. Sing for me, even though your voice they crack. Oh. Dance with me, even if you're dancing off the beat. Take a chance on me, don't you believe I'm worth the risk? Smile for me, baby me please. Smile.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Semi in that particular track says, smile for me, even if you're sad. Sing for me, even if your voice they crack. So I'm going to ask fans of Rivers United, would you continue to be a fan of the club if they fail to win for Terror Kings of Equatorial Guinea over 2 legs in the ongoing CAF Confederation Cup 2020-2021 season? Would you continue to hold them as the pride of Rivers? Just like Simi said, smile for me, even if you're sad. Lie to me if the truth will break my heart. An interesting evening it is, very much an interesting evening for us to discuss sports. Good evening to you. It's the second part of today's Sports Live, reaching you from this frequency today from 95.1, right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Of course, the city is Port Harcourt frequency 95.1. The OAP on duty is a reliable radio spokesman, the classical gentleman. My name is Reliable Reliance Odonyan. It's the second part of today's Sports Live, and as usual, it's not going to be different. It's just that we have live matches ongoing this time around, not just in Europe, but those concerning us, because as we speak, Rivers United, the pride of Rivers, are currently in the pitch of play, taking on their Equatorial Guineans counterpart, Future Kings of Equatorial Guinea, in the double header. The first of it in the preliminary rounds of the CAF Confederation Cup 2020-2021 season. And what are your expectations for the pride of Rivers? Would they hold the stick high for the Rivers people and of course for Nigeria at this point, because they are representing Nigeria? So we see them as representing Nigeria, not just Rivers United or not just Rivers State, beg your pardon. Kano Pillars on their part are also supposed to represent Nigeria. They'll also be trading tackles with a Senegalese club in the CAF Confederation Cup as well. And tomorrow we'll see Enyimba, 2 times CAF Champions League winners, 2-3-2-4, take on their counterpart Rahimo FC as well in the CAF Champions League. And what are your expectations at this point? We'll be looking at the live. We'll be giving you a live report. Most importantly, concerning the Rivers United match, has kickoff, as reported by the media officer of the side, was slated for 3:30. So We are over 30 minutes into the first half of that particular encounter. On our screens, we have the Manchester City against Burnley match. It's about 10 minutes of football played already at the Etihad Stadium, and Manchester City are already 1 goal up. Earlier on, we saw Liverpool concede to that late penalty that saw Brighton smile away, even if Liverpool were sad. With a point, they shared the spot right there. Great to have you join us. Good evening once again to the Sports Live. It is the second part of it. Reliable, reliable, and talking to you. And I have Assassin Henry with me right here in the studio. Sass, how are you feeling?
Good evening to you, Reliance. I'm doing very, very well. Good evening to everyone out there. Good evening, Port Harcourt. Good evening to all sports fans around the city, around the nation, and around the globe. It's been a beautiful week, and most beautiful will be ending it on a high in sports.
All right, that's what it is. Thinking how you want to end it on high in sports. I wanted to think that you would say most beautiful will be us ending with Rivers United coming back with 3-0 victory at the Equatorial Guinea.
That's part of the high. Also, Barcelona maybe doing something great there.
You had to put in Barcelona. You had to put in Barcelona. This guy, see, I have a problem with so many of us. I mean, it's, I don't know whether to say it's impossible, but I wouldn't really say it's impossible, but you know, I'm so used to you guys talking and find a way to bring in European clubs. Can't we just talk about Rivers United, kind of pillars, Aqua United, and but without mentioning any European, you know, what's the word now? Any European comparison?
One day we when they up their game.
How do you expect them to up their game? It's just quite unfortunate that we cannot see Rivers United take on Futera Kings of Equatorial Guinea, because I was expecting to watch that one. But instead, I have the Premier League on my screens. Inside life. All right, your Melanin sport presenter, your favorite Melanin sport presenter is also here as well. Victoria, hey.
Yeah.
He has been stretching like forever.
I tell you, it's been a very long day already, but it's just past 4 p.m.
I get.
I mean, but when you do something you love, that's how it is. You don't feel it.
I saw him warming up for the second half.
I tell you, I had to do because it's quite cold in here, and people don't know how cold it is sometimes. How cold it gets in this studio sometimes. Yeah. So I just had to do that little warm up so we get back or get straight into the business of analysis this time. But it's great to be here, Reliance. Thank you so much for having me, and to everybody listening. Good evening. Our Nigerian compatriots, you want to say. Hopefully they get the job done. I think that is what that is the prayer for most Nigerians, because just like you said while introducing the show, they aren't just representing the clubs, they're actually representing the country, and because we've not had a decent performance for a while now when it comes to continental football, hopefully this would be a different season. Let's see how it pans out for Rivers United, for Kano Pillars, and then for Eyimba, who would be getting the job done, who would be playing tomorrow, as well as Plateau United.
Well, we know how to pray and hope on God on this side of the divide, on this side of the world. We just hope and pray, don't we? So let's believe that God no go shame us.
Correct sound. Brother, what you do? I beg you, don't be sleeping on a bicycle.
Hey, listen, I call my brother for phone. They ask him how he be. He tell me, say, man, everywhere don't read and he get a CD. I tell her, say, no worry, as long as say we know the mortuary. See, we there alive, we still they breathe. He get something where I believe. See, God no go shame us. 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 The blessing go loud, you go worry the neighbors. God no go shame us. God no go shame us. God no go shame us. The blessing go loud, you go worry the neighbors. Oga, this one no be bobo. I know they talk waiting, I don't know. When the time go reach for you to collect your bread, you go collect the jumbo. Hey, you don't the way you don't the grind there, and it be like say
for Rivers United, for Kano Pillars, for Enyimba, and for what was the other club? Plateau United. God no go shame us. We go pray away.
Relax, but God doesn't shame us. That's the truth. But at the end of the day, would we shame God? should be the question. Because
I don't get
it's one thing for the same way we are praying.
Yeah.
It's the same way for Churo Kings. It's the same way Rahimo. So who would God shame at the end of the day?
Exactly.
It's left to us. It's
left,
our works.
No, it's left for God. It's left for God to make a decision. That is, if He decides to interfere in things like that. But trust me. I don't believe God interferes in sport. Trust me, because I mean, we are all humans, aren't we? And created by Him. And I don't believe. No, honestly, I honestly don't believe God interferes in sport. So it's about you going out there and do the business. That's what it should be for Kano Pillars. That's what it should be for Rivers United. That's what it should be for Enyimba and Plateau United, who will be representing Nigeria in CAF competition assignment. We have the lineup for the Rivers United match for the Rivers United side, and I'm going to be giving you anytime soon. But first off, recall that you can be a part of the show by sending us your SMS and WhatsApp message via the number 0701 933 9962. I'll take that again as slowly as possible as I can. 0701 933 996. So what are your expectations for Enyimba? Okay, let's keep Enyimba outside. Maybe for tomorrow, because they will play tomorrow. But let's talk about Rivers United first off. What are your expectations? The Pride of Rivers, they are called, aren't they? So what are you expecting from them as they're fighting out against Equatorial Guinea? I'll be dropping us some updates at the moment. And I also learned that you can stream the match live. Let me see if the page works. I'll need to confirm that before I give out the page where you can stream the match live. Okay, while I confirm that you could send in your contributions and comment about your expectation for Rivers United, for Kano Pillars that will be or that are already in action in the CAF Confederation Cup. All right, so you can stream the match live. I'm currently seeing the match on Facebook, but I will need to confirm the score line before. And also the page. Okay, you go to Rivers United FC page, Facebook page. All right, if you want to see that one, go to Rivers United FC Facebook page and you can see the match live. Looks like there is an infringement somewhere in the pitch of play, and the officials, talking about the medical officials, are trying to attend to whatever is happening. Seeing some Rivers United players warming up. It was confirmed by CAF that the match will be played behind closed doors, and I think that involves all other CAF football matches for this week. So if you want to see the match, go to Rivers United FC Facebook page. You can have it there. The match is live and it's ongoing, and the score line is what I want to confirm at the moment. Stands at 0-0. No goal to report at the moment. So that's what it is for Rivers United. But let me tell you how they are filing out. Do not forget, our Twitter handle is also there for your taking. At Today FM 951, that is our Twitter handle. At Today FM 951, you can tweet us about your Rivers United expectations, your contributions. We'll talk about Kano Pillars, we'll talk about Enyimba, we'll talk about the Super Eagles, we'll talk about the Nigeria Football Federation, we'll talk about the CAF Champions League finals that went down yesterday. It was Al Ali of Egypt that were crowned.
The match of the century. That's what they're calling it, the match of the century.
Match of the century. Okay. All right. I didn't know that one. Thank you for letting me know. But meanwhile, it was Al Ahly who emerged victorious, 2-1. They were crowned the 9th time winners of the CAF Champions League. That's a record. Al Ahly of Egypt. They defeated Zamalek 2-1. So we'll talk about that much later in the show. But in the meantime, we'll stick with the Rivers United Kano Pillars. Our clubs that will be representing us on continental assignments, some of them are already ongoing. For Rivers United, I'm looking for formation here, but I cannot find formation. How is it difficult for you to give us formation? How? Like how? But the starting 11...
That's why I feel like MPFL teams need to learn 1802 from Enyimba. Yeah, I will be very honest. Looking at the unveiling, especially of the players. I mean, if you go to Enyimba Twitter handle, you would be mind blown. Sure. Quite professional, quite detailed, top-notch stuff you want to say. So you expect these things from. These are just little things, you know. The little details is what makes us excellent. As little as knowing the lineup. You know, sometimes when they release the line, they just put out the names of the players that are doing
And
the
the
business.
numbers,
We don't
like
know
you
the
said.
position, we don't know the formation with which they are playing, and it's quite difficult for us because, I mean, you want to assume, is this guy playing left back? Is he playing right back? It's while they start the game that you can now try and pick, okay, he's actually the one playing left
And
back.
quite unfortunate, without the Facebook streaming, we cannot really pick out that. But we'll stick to it and see what we can do from here. But you have Ospino Egbe for Rivers United. Ifeanyi Nemena signed from Enyimba. And I think he's still ongoing transfer window. Festus Austin, the captain of the side, who seems to be the longest serving Rivers United player. We have Bamba Bakari, and he plays as a left back. We have Lukman Binuyo. We have Kazie Enyinaya. Godwin Aguda, who wears jersey number 2, but he does more of attacking business for Rivers United, trust me. Nelson is our starts today. Interesting. Cletus Morton also starts. Nelson also, of course, plays from the midfield. Godwin Chika is also up front for Rivers United, and Adebayo Agumbiade, also part of the team. That's the starting 11 for Rivers United. And the bench, surprisingly, Theophilus Afelo High is on the bench. Okay. Shigonomi Hunda, Kunke Odunlani. I think that should be Kunle Odunlani.
Yeah.
It should be Kunle, but just typo here. Thomas Bozo, he's also there. Malaki Ohawume, it's also on the bench. Kainde Adedibe and Joseph Onoja also on the bench. Technical advisor of the side, Stanley Guma. There's some players here I feel should have started, but it's not in my place to say. That's for the coach to decide. And the likes of Theophilus. Are you surprised on the bench, Victor?
Yeah, I'm surprised that Theophilus Afeloa is on the bench, but just before that is the man Riyad Mahrez, who is having a very impressive game as he has gotten his second goal for Manchester City against Burnley. He got the first, and right now he's gotten the second. It seems like it's going to be a long night for for Burnley. Mahrez just a quite easy goal, I tell you. Not easy, but simple yet sophisticated, that kind of goal. But talking about Theophilus Afeloa, I'm very, very surprised that the guy is on the bench during the preseason games, except he's an injury update or an injury worry or an injury concern.
Yeah.
But during the preseason, he was representing Rivers United. He was the man between the sticks for most of the games. For the games that I saw, for the games that I paid attention to, it was all Theophilus Afeloa. So I'm quite surprised to see that he's starting off on the bench. I want to believe this is not the coach Stanley Eguma somehow downplaying the potential of his opponent, maybe how deadly they can be, so he decides to rest Theophilus Afeloa, because that would be extremely detrimental. I mean, I can't confirm yet, but I will try to do that if it is an injury worry on the man Theophilus Afeloa. We saw how instrumental he was in all the clean sheets Rivers United were able to keep at the Governor Wike preseason tournament. And not just that, he was also a goal scorer, got 2 goals in that tournament. I mean,
in fact, he was the hero in my opinion, because he converted the last spot kick that ensured Rivers United were victors of that one. So,
quite an instrumental player. I feel like the Stanley Guma probably just kept him on the bench so that they don't use him. This is just my feeling, because I feel like if he was injured, he shouldn't have even made the squad.
Okay.
But you never can tell. Maybe fatigue, something or something. We'll try to confirm that. But if it's not due to injury concerns or anything else, then I would say I'm quite disappointed with Rivers United, because this is a game you expect for them to make him comfortable, make Theophilus Afeloa comfortable. I mean, let him man these goalposts, and let's see how well he would be able to perform. Let's see how well he'll be able to perform for Rivers United. But then it's for Churo Kings. They are not the biggest of names. You want to look at them.
Is this not us trying to underrate the team? We underrated Sierra Leone. Now we are crying. What's that saying?
Or maybe maybe he's trying to follow the regular routine, where I think this is Afeloa's first competitive game for.
It should be, yeah.
For Rivers United. And you know how they do it in Europe, where you sign a big name, you just have to let him sit on the bench and just look at the guys run around first before he will come in with the superhero
Not if
entrance.
Your first game is a crucial one.
Very crucial.
Because we know how the away goal this anyway, Sha. Well, they are playing. See, that's another thing. they're playing away from home. It's when they're playing at home and they understand how crucial away goal is because it's going to take part because this is an aggregate scoreline thing. It's not a group format. You know that's when it's going to happen.
Well, honestly, I must commend the work of Charles Mayokon, the media officer of Rivers United. I mean, ensuring that we are seeing this one live on Facebook, properly streamed for us, but it's not the best of cameras. Come on, man.
That's definitely a phone camera. I think he's just him doing his beats, and which is one thing you must applaud. I doubt the entire Rivers.
It's CAF. Okay, I think it's getting clearer as it's getting clearer and getting better. I don't even know if CAF has this particular or the CAF Confederation Cup matches ongoing in any channel for us to watch. I mean, I'm not sure.
This is the qualifiers. Sure. That's the reason why. Normally, we usually see
this is
the
preliminary round.
Yeah, it's the preliminary round. You didn't see the UEFA Champions League preliminary round, did you?
Okay.
I mean, we had the preliminary round for both the Champions League and the UEFA Europa League, and we didn't see that one. Okay, seems like is that a goal? It seems like the ball ended up offside, but the ball ended up at the back of the net for Manchester City. It would have been 3-0, but it was offside. So it's the preliminary round. That's the reason why we are not seeing this. But when the main competition starts proper.
You sure? You're very sure?
I'm not very sure.
Good.
I'm not very sure, but we saw them last season. We saw some of the games last season.
All right, scoreline stands at 0-0 between Rivers United and Futuro Kings. We understand that Bamba Bakari had an opportunity to put Rivers United or give them the lead, but it was the goalkeeper who did a good job to ensure he cleared his line in that one. So that's how it is. We'll keep bringing you updates as the match continues. And Kano Pillars on their side, they are also in action this evening on the CAF Confederation Cup as well, taking on, what's the name of that club again? ASC Jarraf. ASC Jarraf of Senegal. But let's look at AFC Jarraf of Senegal. Osas, how big an opponent is ASC Jarraf of Senegal to Kano Pillars?
I may not be able to give you an exact statistics on Jarrafs, but this is the CAF Confederations Cup. It's
preliminary round for that matter.
Preliminary round anyway. It's best not to underrate any person because in Africa here, no matter how weak you are, right there in front of your home fans, you tend to build up wings to fly. Africa is actually not a place where you can just stroll in the park and get an away victory and come back. So it's having that in mind. Kano Pillars should be very wary of Jarrafs because you're going to a place where you're not conversant with. You must be able to be in the best of performance to ensure that at least you grind out the results there. But I don't see them as a tough opposition for Kano Pillars. The team Kano Pillars have actually, though they had a shaky start during the preseason, but I don't see them as much of an opposition for Kano Pillars if they know what to do.
Victor, before, add this to it. Does any of the representative of Nigeria in the CAF Confederation Cup inspire confidence in you? Or do you have confidence in any of the two? I mean, this massive
in the
confidence.
CAF Confederations Cup, I think I have more confidence in Rivers United than I do in Kano Pillars. I have absolutely zero confidence in Kano Pillars getting it done against ASC Jarraf, and this is me being sincerely speaking. I would not mince my words or hide my mouth as regards what I feel about Kano Pillars. First of all, ASC Jarraf, they are a traditional side. The same way Eyimba, we call them the most successful. They are, not just we call them, they are the most successful club when it comes to Nigerian football.
Surely.
Well, that is how it is for ASC Jarraf as well. They are the most successful club when it comes to Senegalese football. They've not had it, it's not been a good one for them in recent times. Because they've struggled a little bit the past 2 to 3 years. The reason why they are even in the CAF Confederations Cup. But then, you know how it is. They say quality would always remain quality. For Kano Pillars, the reason why I say I have almost zero confidence in the team is the appointment of a new manager. Now, you bring in a new manager who isn't even Nigerian. You decide to bring in a manager who speaks French. You bring in a French manager to Kano Pillars.
And you're bringing in a manager,
and they're bringing in the manager
at,
in such a time as
when
this.
you have
I
a
think
competition
where we don't
ahead
have
of you.
competition, where we don't have football, we don't have club football action. We saw what happened in the preseason game where they lost to Nasarawa United 3-0. And one of the callers that we did speak to someone who watched the game, and he said something very crucial, that they've been miscommunication, so much miscommunication in Kano Pillars.
It was Moise, Suleiman.
That's one of the reasons why Kano Pillars, I feel like they would not do so well, because you have a manager who doesn't know how to speak English properly, who is French speaking. How do you translate your tactics? How do you translate what you want to say to the Kano Pillars players? And this is Kano Pillars. I mean no disrespect when I say it, but then if you watch them play, in fact, for most MPFL sides, you speak your local language or you speak pidgin English. If you watch an Aimba, Aimba now is becoming more of a diversified team. Back then, it's more you speaking Igbo. You be hearing them speaking Igbo while in the pitch. I don't know how to speak Igbo, but then you be hearing them speaking. I was about to do a demonstration, but then for Kano Pillars, I still hear it to you today.
Yeah.
If you ever see Kano Pillars play, they are speaking pidgin, they're speaking their Hausa. Now, that is, you expect them to bring in a manager who understands that, maybe not even someone who speaks Hausa, but who speaks pidgin at least, so that he can be able to translate to the players. Not every single player is educated. Not all of them have a university degree or even completed secondary schools. I mean, this is common sense. And bringing in that coach at a time as crucial as this, I think Kano Pillars just shot themselves in the foot, and I would not be surprised in any way. We talk about Jarrah not being a big opponent to Kano Pillars. The issue is, even with the smallest opponents right now, Kano Pillars are very vulnerable.
But Victor, I think it was on this show once we spoke with the coach or manager of Kano Pillars once, when I think there was this, we are in the story of he won't be able to be by the sidelines there if he doesn't. Yes. And I think he categorically stated it on this platform that he was in charge, even if a new coach should come, that they just needed a new coach. It depends on what actually they needed the new coach for. Who knows? Maybe it's just
as a figurehead.
Yes, just like as a figurehead. The coach who the players know is also is still
Ibrahim
in charge.
Musa,
Yes, Ibrahim Musa is still in charge, and maybe will be dishing out instructions there. I just have a feeling that Kano Pillars will do something, because we've seen these type of things happen before, where at the preseason players or teams don't do very well, then you see them just start with fire. I just hope it happens that way, but on pen and paper, it's clear that it's not going to be what we expect from Kano Pillars.
All right, thoughts of the guys here in the studio today. Sports Live it is, and the frequency is 95.1 OAP on duty, reliable, reliable. Sudan is my name. Victoria is seated right beside me, and adjacently opposite I have Osasi Hune, the demigod of sport, and we are looking at some Nigerian representative in the CAF Confederation Cup, Kano Pillars and Rivers United. Soon enough, we will switch over to talk about Enyimba, and we will connect straight up to the media officer of Enyimba FC, who is already in Burkina Faso warming up for their Champions League encounter against Raimo FC tomorrow. I think that match should come up by 4 p.m. I need to confirm that. I'm not so certain. So we'll look at that. You can keep your contributions coming through via our SMS on WhatsApp portal in the meantime, 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. On Twitter, we are Today FM 9.5. My handle is at Reliable Rely. That's my Twitter handle. You can copy me and also follow the handles as well. Victor's handle is at Victor Oriahi. Oriahi spells Oriahi. And Osas handle is at Osas_ the demigod. Such a long handle. All right, so those are the handles of the guys, including mine. Of course, the official station's handle is at Today FM 9.5. Can Twitter us. What are your expectations? Does any of the representative of Nigeria in continental assignments inspire confidence at this point? Rivers United, Kano Pillars, primary focus for today. And much later, Plateau United, Enyimba, also on the focal point to be talked about.
Relax, just to add, I did see a picture of Canopilas arriving at Dakar, Senegal, and they were looking dapper. I mean, all of them had this uniform, you want to say, well sewn. They look quite good. And the very first thing that came to my mind is, may your performance be as fine as your clothes is. So we don't have a situation of what people say of the Nigerian Super Eagles in 2018 World Cup, who were the best dressed.
And
we don't want that.
Wait now. We'll go win Jesse now. We'll go win Jesse, come back. We'll go do fashion parade, come back. We'll not try.
I mean, but the guys looked quite decent, and I think, yeah, they look quite decent.
Anyways,
that's all I can say.
we have the lineup of the Futuro Kings of Equatorial Guinea. Should I call them? Should I call the names? Lineup, Futuro Kings of Equatorial Guinea.
Why? It's in your hands.
None of you has given me any answer.
Just to say, if you call and you ask me a question about any of the players, I would not be in the position to answer. Because I'm very, very certain I do not know any single player in Futuro Kings.
All right, that's what it is. The guys, they don't want me to call them. So,
but just for you could call it. You could just call the lineup.
Okay, I could just call.
That's
the
if you
lineup,
can
right?
even pronounce the name.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Okay, I'm going to try Alfimi Adelbola. Trust me, for me to call out this lineup, I'm going to murder a lot of names. So I'm not going to do it. I'm very sorry. I'm going to murder a lot of names. So I don't want to do that. So. Keep your contributions coming in. Now, first off, let me ask another question before we switch over. If Rivers United fail to pick a point, or if any of the Nigerian representatives fail to muster a win in their first leg of their respective assignment, will the absence of the league in Nigeria be a sufficient excuse for what's the other club's name? I think, is it Giraffe of Senegal? I think Giraffe of Senegal. They played about 11 matches in their league, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's either Giraffes of Senegal or one of the opponents that Nigeria will be playing. I was able to dig that out. So they're playing about 7 matches in their league. 11 matches, I beg your pardon. They are seated 10th. I'll confirm which of the team that is. So some of these clubs that Nigerian clubs are going up against have had some matches played in their respective leagues. But Nigerian league is yet to resume. We only had to make do with, Governor Susu Person's tournament. Okay, I mean, no disrespect, but Governor Wike tournament. We had to do with Governor Igbazu tournament. We had to do with Governor Abiodun Cup over there at Ijebuode, and so many other pre-seasons organized by one governor or the other. We had to make do with that as preparations for CAF assignments. And some of the clubs that we are going up against have had some matches in their respective leagues. And I'm asking if any of Rivers United, Canopilas, Plateau United, Enyimba failed to muster up a win in their first leg of this tournament, should the absence of the league for the past God knows how long be a sufficient excuse? Let me take the thoughts of the guys first up before I entertain yours. But you can keep, if you have the answer to that question, trust me, keep it up coming via our SMS and WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. Would that be a sufficient excuse? 0701 933 9962. That's the WhatsApp and SMS number. On Twitter, we are at Today FM 951. At Today FM 951. Twitter me at Reliable Rely. Victor?
It's going to be whether they win or they lose. I mean,
if they fail to muster up a win, all right? If they fail to win, that means none of them is able to win. Either maybe one draw, one defeat.
At the end of the day, just saying, at the end of the day, Reliance, we're going to have this excuse come up one time or the other by the man. It's the managers that will say it themselves. But it is a very valid excuse.
Sufficient enough for them not to get a win, right? It's
very valid. The fact that we've not had football in Nigeria since March, and then our league hasn't resumed. Most of these African teams have already resumed football action. We're not playing in the CAF. We didn't make it through to the later stages of the CAF Champions League, of the CAF Confederations Cup. Yeah. They just had the CAF Champions League final just yesterday. So we're not playing football. So it's well expected, and anticipated that this would be an excuse used by managers, be it MPFL managers. The fans will definitely use it as an excuse as well. But I think at the end of the day, it's very true, it's very valid, but
is it sufficient? It's true and valid.
It's
but
not.
is
It's
it
not
sufficient?
It's not sufficient. I think it's sufficient because we didn't even have friendly matches. Forget all these things we are playing. It's not friendly matches where you are playing in the morning. I mean, look at Kano Pillars. When they lost to Nasarawa United, they played in the morning.
Yeah, they played in the morning.
Playing
And then
the
later
evening again. What's that now? What's that one? Is this sufficient?
As for you, is it?
It's a sufficient one. Yes, because you see, if you're not prepared, you will definitely be prepared to fail. That is it. So without the adequate preparations, it's just going to take a miracle for results to come out. But if they fail to get those results, I don't think I'll be blaming any one of the players or the team, because right now action hasn't been felt, and definitely it will reflect in their performance.
We're playing Giraffe of Senegal. It's Futuro King of Equatorial Guinea. And right now we're seeing Manchester City makes it 3 against Burnley. And what was the last time he scored a goal for Manchester City?
Mendy. I can't remember. But
it's been a long while for the man.
Lance, that was a well-worked goal for City. I think Pep Guardiola's men are on they are riding on the waves, especially after that loss to Tottenham Hotspur. This is a Burnley team, but then they've played some good football. A looped ball through, and Benjamin Mendy on the half volley. I think the half volley is one of the hardest skills or one of the hardest things to hit. But then a half volley,
no bouncing,
blast.
We used to call it those days, no bouncing.
No bounce.
No bounce.
That's how MPFL clubs train. Yeah, no bouncing. No bouncing. One touch, no bouncing. But then a beautiful goal for Benjamin Mendy to make it 3-0 to Manchester City. And then, I mean, I think they're going to be spelling Burnley today because this is just first half and it's already 3-0.
Yeah. The beauty here, you failed to mention the brilliance of the man KDB, Kevin De Bruyne. I think he has assisted 2 goals here, and
the man with the vision.
Yes, the coil on that assist, this third goal, was something else. I don't know if you saw it.
Okay, like I said, it's ASC Giraffe of Senegal that Kano Pillars will be playing. It's Futuro Kings of Equatorial Guinea that Rivers United are currently playing.
Rivers United have considered Nkama Grigoye raises highest to head in a goal for Futuro Kings. So currently Rivers United are trailing 1-0 in the 46th minute.
God no go shame us.
Okay. At this point, Rivers United need the power of Niger. Let's give it to them.
No matter the stage, there's still room for greatness. No matter the stage, there's a bit of greatness in every man. There's power to rise, there's power to conquer, there's power inside, there's a gift of power in every man.
Be the greatest that we can be. We've got power to thrive. Be the champions, make history. Keep the greatness
The pride of Rivers, you needed the power of Niger. It was the 46th minute and Rivers United are down by 0-0 against Futuro Kings of Equatorial Guinea in their fourth leg of the preliminary round of the CAF Confederation Cup 2020-2021 season. It's Nkama Grigoire. That should be a French word. Nkama Grigoire, who puts Futuro Kings in front. And I was about saying something like, do they really need all the MPFL matches to prepare for Futuro Kings, who are there? We call them Minos, don't we? Yeah, so Jaraf of Senegal. Look at okay, maybe Raimo should be somewhere around the cluster of a big name, but do they really need it? The phone lines were buzzing, and I'll open the phone lines. In just a moment. But this is not good news. This is not good news. I'll open the phone lines in just a moment. But for Enyimba, we'll be crossing over to Burkina Faso to talk to the media officer of Enyimba, Zanzibariza. And but first off, it was Victor Mbama who acknowledges that the Aba Elephants face a tricky tie against Raimo in the CAF Champions League preliminary round, but insists they feel ready and know they must go all out to leave Burkina Faso with a favorable result, whatever favors them. Enyimba are at Raimo for the first leg of the encounter today. Tomorrow, I beg your pardon. And despite their lack of competitive matches, Mbama, who scored 4 goals in Enyimba's run to the quarterfinals in the Confederation Cup last season, believes the team has prepared well enough and go into the fixture expecting a fight against the Burkina Babes. Let's listen to Victor Mbama, former player of, what's that club's name in Ogun State?
Gateway FC?
Nope, not Gateway. I remember, but first off, let's listen to him.
Really worked too hard because of this game. We know it won't come easy. We have to go all out. So we are very much ready for the game. And the most important thing is that we pray that God gives us the day, because we are aspiring to win, and we are so desire to win, and we pray that everything works out well for us. So we are ready. By special grace of God, things will go well.
Victor, tell me that thing you just said about Futuro Kings.
Well, Fortress is actually a new club. I mean, they were founded in 2017 as a result of a merger between a certain basketball team, Malabo Kings, BC, as well as a football club that is Estelas de Futuro de Mongomo. That is the city where Futuro Kings are based. So it's more of a merger between a basketball club team and a football team.
And they are the ones
Kings, just 2017.
They're the ones beating Rivers United by goal to nothing.
You made mention of rising high to put that one in. So basketball players are very good at jumping.
I tell you. Maybe they converted the basketballers to footballers, and they are the ones getting the job done now.
No. Please, I'm very sorry. I shouldn't be smiling. I shouldn't be laughing. It's just funny. But Rivers United needs to come back with nothing less than a point.
I actually see a draw. It's
quite a draw, right?
Yeah, I see a draw.
All right, so that's you heard the voice of Victor Mbaoma of Enyimba FC. He hoped and believed on God. You heard it, didn't you? I said it. That I also pray to God and believe in Him each time we have encounters in sport. But I don't believe God interferes in any sport, because who will He favor and who will He leave? So seems to be a neutral person, a neutral personality. So Victor, for Enyimba against Rahimo, Enyimba lost a couple of their star players. How do you see them coping against Rahimo?
I don't think it's going to be a problem for Enyimba, even with the absence of the star players. Ifeanyi Anemena would be one name that everyone would be quick to mention. The fact that he was extremely crucial in their run last season. Unfortunately, the league was called off, or you want to say cancelled, and no winner. Theophilus Afellohai left the team. But that's how you know a big squad, because even with the absence of these players, I don't think it's going to pose much of a problem to Eyimba. They still have quite a number of names that can get the job done for them.
I think Stanley Dimba also left the side for Enyimba. I'm going to confirm that. But
there's Atuloma, who is still in the team. There's Siri Olisema, who is still in the team. You know, I think Thomas Zenke is still in the squad as well. You look at all of this, you want to say Enyimba still have some of the players. They still have quite a number of quality players in the team that should be able to get them the result. So I don't think it's, and they've brought in some new signings. There was this particular signing that they brought in, Omar Foreman. They also brought in Alalade. Wasiu Alalade is a center forward.
Yeah.
So you look at all these players, you look at the new guys that they've brought in. You want to say, I think it's not going to pose much of a challenge for Enyimba.
All right, we have the media officer of Enyimba FC, the man Sazi Bariza is on the line all the way from Burkina Faso. Sazi, good evening to you. I'm sure it's evening in Burkina Faso.
Yes, good evening. Let me just give you a very brief update because we are now heading for training now.
All right.
We've arrived Burkina Faso, Ouagadougou, and we are heading to the training pitch to have a view of the team. The match comes at 4 p.m. local time tomorrow,
all right,
which is 5 p.m. in Nigeria.
Okay, Zazie, do we have... Zazie, are you there?
I'm here with you.
Okay, do we have injury worries, Zazie?
Well, the 18 players that came here with us are all fit. All fit players traveled here. Of course, some players couldn't travel because of injury troubles. Emmanuel Ampia and Daniel Dakwa, two Ghanaians, could not travel because of injury and fitness issues. But we have named a strong 18-man traveling party. And of course, they are all fit. And except something extraordinary happens, they should be good to go tomorrow.
Zazie, before we talk about the camp of the spirit of the guys, you know, looking ahead of tomorrow, how does the coach, I know you're not the coach though, but how does the coach hope to manage the squad without some key players who were snapped off, likes of Ifeanyi Enemena? You understand his contribution in the squad as a defender. Theophilus High, I mean, I think he should have been the number one goalkeeper for the side. So how does the coach hope to manage that squad and get the result against Raimo without these star players who were snapped off in the transfer market?
Well, of course, they were part of our team, but I think it will be taking us too many steps backwards talking about them, because we've moved on. Of course, we're into a new season. We're into a new season right now, and we actually prepared for this. If you remember when we signed a good number of young players the order of season, it was because of this, because we wanted to prepare for this kind of situations where we will inject younger players into the team. And of course, we knew at some point the older ones will phase off, you know. So that's the situation. I can tell you that, you know, a team has produced lots of big players who have eventually left us at some point, because that's football. Players come and players.
Sure.
You can talk about the likes of Vincent Eyama. You can talk about Obina Waneri. You can talk about even of recent Fon Udo, and of course Ikowe Udo also.
Yeah.
So it's part of football. Transfers are part of football. Unfortunately, to drop the call here because activity calls at this time.
Oh, okay. Understandable, Zazie. Anyways, thank you very much for making out time to talk to us on the show this evening. Okay, that was the media officer of Rivers, I beg your pardon, Enyimba FC, Zazie Bariza, who was able to squeeze out time to talk to us on the show this evening, giving us updates of what is going on in the camp over there in Burkina Faso as the team prepared to take on Raimo FC in the first leg of the preliminary round of the CAF Champions League, hoping that they give us reasons to smile. And of course, that should be an all right victory for Enyimba FC, as at this point they are representing Nigeria, not just the people of Aba or the entire state of Abia State. Unfortunately, we could not get him longer than that, because I actually had a couple of questions I needed him to clear us with, especially concerning the new signings. But hopefully, we shall bring you updates as proceedings continue in that center. But still looking up in our screens, it's 3-0 in favor of Manchester City against Burnley. It's halftime already at that center, and from there we move on to giving you updates of football matches ongoing in Europe across the top 5 major leagues: French League 1, Italian Serie A, English Premier League, and of course the German Bundesliga. I don't know if Manchester City are taking inspiration from the dropping of point from Liverpool earlier on.
No, I don't think it's anything. They're playing against Burnley.
But we've seen them struggle this season against relatively small clubs in the Premier League.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you expect with one good performance, you expect another. That's the thing about Manchester City. The other persons have been talking about the fact that they don't know how to score goals. Before now, they've not been scoring goals. And just first half, they've gotten 3 goals. Quite impressive.
Brighton and Hove Albion played a 1-0 draw with Liverpool. I told you that. It's halftime at Etihad Stadium, where Manchester City are leading 3-0 in against Burnley. 6:30 we'll see Everton take on Leeds United. West Bromwich Albion will take on Sheffield by 9 p.m. Moving over to Spain, I beg your pardon, in the Spanish La Liga, or what you might call La Liga Santander. Elche played a 1-0 draw against Cadiz. That was the first fixture of today. In Spain, it's Valencia nil, Atletico Madrid nil. 37 minutes of football played in that center. Huesca will take on Sevilla much later, and 9 p.m. we'll see Real Madrid take on Deportivo Alaves. In the German Bundesliga, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matches ongoing. Augsburg are being defeated at the moment by Freiburg 1-0. Rapsenborg Sport Leipzig, RB Leipzig 2-0 against Arminia Bielefeld. They are currently leading at the 64th minute. Union Berlin are playing a 2-2 draw against Eintracht Frankfurt at the same time line. VfB Stuttgart at the 66 minutes are down by 1-2 against champions Bayern Munich, and Borussia Dortmund are losing at home to FC Cologne 2-0. Where is Erling Braut Haaland? Dortmund are down. 63 minutes of football played already. Dortmund are down 2-0 by FC Cologne. All right, the leftover match for today, which surely will be played by 6:30, is Borussia Mönchengladbach against Schalke 04. Schalke 08 this days. Don't mind me. Moving away from the German Bundesliga to the Italian Serie A. Okay, give me a minute. Let me sort this out. Some seconds, please. Okay. Sassuolo were defeated at home by Inter Milan 3-0. Benevento will take on Juventus, and Atalanta will play host to Hellas Verona later today. In the French league, no match decided just yet, and none of them is ongoing. But we know for sure that Olympique de Marseille will take on Nantes, and Paris Saint-Germain will take on Bordeaux much later. Those are the 2 fixtures to expect in the French league. So that is how things stand at the moment in the top 5 leagues in Europe. Time is upon us to let you into the conversation. The phone lines were buzzing. Time is upon us to bring you in. So let's talk. What do you make of Rivers United? They are currently a goal down at Equatorial Guinea. 1-0 in favor of the home team, Futuro Kings. And just like Victor mentioned, this team was formed just 3 years ago. A merger between a basketball team and a football club team. And they are about to defeat Rivers United, who have had more number of continental appearances than Futuro Kings themselves.
Well, and just before we go to the phone lines, we just have to say Rivers United have been on the ascendancy, and it's all thanks to one man, Chika Godwin. But sadly, he's had quite a number of attempts. He did have the ball at the back of the net at the point in time, but the referee, the linesman had already raised his flag for offside. It could have been 1-1, but this guy has had over 3 clear-cut chances to put Rivers United or draw them level in this game. There's still some. So with this spark of brilliance coming in from the man Godwin, you expect that Rivers United are still very much in the game, regardless of the scoreline saying otherwise. I think it's still an open game. There's still some time for them to get some to get something from this one. The second half just started, just 59, 60 something minutes played already. 30 minutes is a lot of time in the world of football.
All right, that's what it is. So let's bring you into the conversation. If any of Nigerian representative on the CAF assignment failed to muster up a win with the absence of football matches in Nigeria, particularly the Nigeria Professional Football League resumption, be a sufficient excuse? Some of them are taking on clubs that could basically be described as minors. But in football, these things don't work like that. Most times it doesn't go according to script. And Rivers United are already down by go to nothing. That's the question I'm throwing to you. And which of them do you really believe will go as far as possible? Plateau United is also there. They were champions. Were they really champions?
Nah,
they weren't champions. But they were leading the table, though. They were leading the table before the league was halted or concluded abruptly due to the outbreak of COVID-19. So they were in fine form, trust me, Plateau United, before the league was called off. Rivers United, too, have had fantastic preseason in the two competitions. They've represented themselves in the Governor Wike preseason tournament, in the Governor Abiodun Cup over there in Ijebu. They've had quite massive, impressive performances, but these are just preseasons, as they would say. Enyimba themselves, according to reports, I wasn't there at Taba, but according to report, they were able to win the finals of the Governor Ikbazu preseason tournament, and they've had quite a number of star players who are absent on their roster, no thanks to the transfer market that saw them snapped off by some other clubs, and they've not had competitive matches basically. So I'm asking, if they fail to muster of win in the first leg, would the absence of the league be a sufficient excuse? Victor said it's a valid excuse, and also a good excuse at that, and they also believed is a valid, a sufficient excuse. I beg your pardon. So, what about you? 0817 000 0951. I take it again. 0817 000 0951 and 0810 951 0951. Those are the phone numbers to call. Today we are Today FM 951. You can copy me at Reliable Rely. WhatsApp and SMS portal is also open at this point. It has been opened ever since, and I've seen your messages coming through. I'm going to take them. 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. Let's have your contributions on the show. We'll be talking about the Super Eagles in a bit, and also be talking about the Nigeria Football Federation, as well as the CAF Champions League final that we saw yesterday evening, where Al Ahly emerged victorious over their football rivals. Now, Zamalek ended 2-1 in favor of Al Ahly, and for that reason, they are now 9th-time winners of the CAF Champions League. First caller is upon us. Line 2, we go. 95.1.
Hello, the line.
Good evening to you. Name and location?
Yeah, it's Shedrack Amadi. I'm calling from a delegate.
Shedrack Amadi, let's hear you.
Yeah, about Rivers United. Anyway, they are one goal down, but the way you feel analyzing the game, I believe they will come up with something. I think the game is still fresh. So they should not relent. They should still fire up so that they can give us a victory. But I believe today we'll come back home with either 3 points or 1 point. The way the analysis is going on by you people.
Yeah.
So when we are not watching it anyway, so please, well, thank you people for giving us a good update and making us, be free and, put hope.
Thank you.
So that is that.
Thank you. But by the way, Shedrack, I did mention that you can stream the match live, right? You can go to Rivers United, Rivers FC. That's how it is written. Facebook page, riversf.c. You could go to the Facebook page there. You can stream the match live.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Greetings to you too, man. Thank you very much for dropping by on the show. That was Shedrack Amadi. Keep the calls coming in. 0817 000 0951 and 0810 951 0951. Phone numbers for you to call and air your contributions on the show this evening. Even as we still have Manchester City about to demolish Burnley. It's 3-0 already, and they are still surging forward, looking for more goals. You know, Pep Guardiola's team, when they are out there for the win, they are out for the win. All right, so that's what it is. Osas, is Burnley looking like a team that might salvage anything for themselves in this match?
No, they didn't actually come into this one as a team that actually wanted to do something for themselves. Burnley hasn't had a brilliant season right from the beginning, and I'm not so much surprised to see what's going on right here. Just like the match that was just concluded between Liverpool and Brighton, you saw Brighton with so much of a fighting spirit to see how to, and at the end of the day, it paid.
Yeah.
Where they actually had to leave that with 1 point. But for Burnley, no, they haven't been doing. I just hope it doesn't get the goals don't come more than this. Please, this is okay. A win-win on every side. They were not too disgraced. I mean, Burnley, for Burnley, not being disgraced that much. If it goes 6, I think that would be really, really bad for them.
No, I think it could go 6 because Burnley have been far from convincing. I doubt they've had any real chance at goal. They've been trying to... They're not doing their job defensively. They're not even attacking either. I mean, the Liverpool-Brighton game, we did see Brighton rather, put Liverpool on their toes initially at the first half. But then it's not been that rather in this game we're saying. So I think it is Manchester City all the way. Manchester City are going to score more goals, that's for sure. Burnley might get 1 or 2, but I feel we're going to be seeing more and more goals coming in from the citizens.
Commercials is upon us. Today Sports Live remains the program. You're listening to it from the frequency 95.1 in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Reliable, reliable, is my name. Osasi Him is right here, and of course Victoria here. Also, we're doing justice to things that concern us primarily. But let's go for a commercial break. We'll be right back. Stay right there. Go nowhere.
Yeah, this life now. Wow.
Why you dey cry now?
This corona don't make them come on my husband for work. Nah, no job. No money to even open business. Rents don't expire. Now school don't even open. To chop na even wahala. Wetin I go do?
My sister, make I tell you about one ogbonge company wey don waka come Port Harcourt. They go help you settle all your basic needs quick. Their name na Next Gen Synergy. Dem don come to help people to pay rent, start new business, pay school fees, even plan wedding.
Ah, thank God oh.
Wetin you need? Wetin be that your project? We go help you reduce the cost of your project by 25% in 3 months, 50% in 6 months, 75% in 1 year.
How much it do am?
For more information, ring their telephone for 0703 354 3174, 0703 354 3174, or 0901 064 2536. Waka enter their office for number 3 Agudama Street, T-Line, Port Harcourt. Now Next Gen Media and Infotech power am.
No matter the stage, there's still room for greatness. No matter the stage, there's a bit of greatness in every man. There's power to rise, there's power to conquer, there's power inside, there's a gift of power in every man.
Be the greatest that we can be. We've got power to thrive. Be the champions, make history. Keep the greatness
The power of Niger is surely what Rivers United need at the moment. They are surging forward. They are in the ascendancy, to borrow words from Victoria here. But it's yet to be Uhuru for Rivers United. They are yet to find that magic touch that will end up at the back of the net to ensure that they share the spoils at the moment, and maybe think of a winner for Rivers United. Bamba Bakari all up and doing. Nelson is so. The midfielder also up and doing, trying to get goals, and it's not yet coming. Godwin, Chika Godwin, I beg your pardon, also in the ascendancy, searching forward to ensure that they are getting the goals. Today Sports Live it is. Today FM is the frequency, and the city is Port Harcourt. The OP on duty, reliable, reliance to Daniel, and remain your reliable radio spokesman. a classical gentleman. The demigod of sport is right here, Osasi Hemi. And of course, he's being joined on the analysis side of life by Victor Uriahi. And we are looking at ongoing match between Rivers United and Futuro Kings, as well as trying to give you updates about the Canopy last match as well. You can keep your contributions coming to us via our Twitter handle at TodayFM951. At TodayFM954. My handle is at Reliable Rely. You can copy me and also follow me. And Victor's handle is at Victor Uriahi. Osas handle is at Osas_the demigod. It's 3-0 at the 52nd minute between Manchester City and Burnley, and it's still Manchester City dominating play, surging forward. We saw a widely, was it deflected? Okay, that wasn't deflected, but a wide shot by Kevin De Bruyne, the man with the vision, I call him. His wife confirmed that at some point. I don't know how true is that though, me just joking. I'm taking your reactions as well. 0817 000 0951 and 0810 9510 0951. I beg your pardon. 0810 9510 951. The phone lines we're pausing before we went on that commercial break, so keep the calls coming in again. Let's talk to you. What are your expectations? With the absence of the league be sufficient enough excuse for Nigerian clubs on the continent if they fail to get a win? Any of them fail to get a win, that is, in their respective assignments representing Nigeria in the CAF Confederation Cup as well as the CAF Champions League. Victor, do we have some messages on the SMS portal as well as the WhatsApp portal? I think it's about time
we do have some messages. This one is coming in from Chief Israel from Aouda Town. He says, if any of the team representing Nigeria fails to deliver today on their matches, their excuse you termed frivolous on the ground that they had been for different pre-season tournaments before their various games of the competitions. While this message is coming in from AZ from Port Harcourt, he says absence of the league should not be any excuse for poor performance. A team playing continental competition should have more international friendly games. That's that for the text message portal. Let's switch our attention to the WhatsApp portal where we have a message, and it's coming in from Bishop from Rumolu. He says, I want to ask a question. If someone wants to build a football club and a football academy in Nigeria, how will I go about it?
If you want to build a football club and a football academy, well, there are facilities to that you need, which I want to believe there are basic things you need, and I'm sure you know about them. Facilities you need a football pitch, you need to organize yourself. But about registration, that's what I'm not sure of at this point. If there is a particular body, you need to register it. But I'll make findings about that, and then
I will get across to you privately, seeing that we have your number since you sent us a message. So we'll send you a text message, a WhatsApp message, when we make our findings.
All right, that's what it is from the SMS and WhatsApp portal. Keep the calls coming in. 0817 000 0951 0810 9510 951. But why was it so difficult for our clubs to get an international friendly? The Futuro Kings of Equatorial Guinea that Rivers United will be playing against had some international friendlies. They started their international friendlies far back as, I think, early this month. Let me see if I can confirm that quickly, and I will roll out some of the friendlies that they were involved in before this particular match against Rivers United. I need to get that out in no time. Okay, so they had some friendlies. They were preparing against Rivers United, and they had a total of 7 matches that will be played in Cameroonian lands against clubs who have an international track record. They faced 6 clubs from Cameroon in their pre-season. 6 clubs from Cameroon in their pre-season. Okay, on the 18th of October, they had played the first match in Yaoundé. And, okay, so they played the first match in Yaoundé on the 18th of October. They fell before a powerful Cotton Sport de Garoua by 3-0. They were defeated in that one. And then on the 25th, they faced in the return leg the same club, all right, and trying up to get victory as well. Then later on, they went ahead. I think in less than 4 days, they played a match as well against a Cameroonian side called Colossus PWD de Bamenda. All right. And then they moved back to City of Yaoundé, and they also played another club called Apaches FC. And on November 4, they also had a friendly against Club Astres de Douala, which has already participated in the CAF Champions League 6 times. So on November 4, they played against a club that have had participations in the CAF Champions League, like 6-time appearance on the 4th of November. Okay. So basically, they've had a couple of friendlies. They've had a couple of friendlies against international teams, clubs that have had international appearances on CAF duties. And then they also played another club on the 8th of November in Yaoundé. All right, I need to confirm this. Okay. Douala Union, name of the club that they played. Let me see if I can take this call before I return back to that. 95.1?
Good evening, Reliance and Priye.
Good evening, it's Reliance, Victor, and Osas.
Okay, there is no Priye inside.
Yeah, Priya is not on duty today. Can I name my location, please?
Okay, Mr. Controversy.
Mr. Controversy, are you going to be controversial?
No, slightly.
Let's hear you.
Yes, some time ago, I listened to you guys in the studio making your professional analysis. So what you brought a coach in the studio that made an analogy of about Messi, that I think he has a young player in his team.
Yeah.
That he was trying to counsel. He told them that if you are dreaming about Messi, that is a story that can be likened to when you put a bottle of Coke in a block. He said once the something is frozen, it will form the same pattern of that bottle of Coke. Is that you remember that quote?
Yeah, I do.
Yes, I
Coach Bismarck.
I wanted to reach out to him. Up to now, you've not answered me. The other day too, I also asked because we to also make an analogy of a training pitch where scouts came to or scattered for players. That some players came to training very late. I also called in that day asking where is that training pitch in case I want to send people there for training so that they can be closer to scouts in a team. Today they didn't say. I was saying, is there anything private, confidential?
Okay, Mr. Controversy.
I mean, then finally.
Okay.
Somebody asked a question again now. And the person talked about how to open the club and an academy. And actually, I'm not seeing an ambition such as that.
All right.
So I would like you, once you do your finding, make it open. There's nothing secret about it. No need to pay private.
Mr. Controversy. Mr. Controversy. Mr. Controversy. Are you still there?
Yes.
Okay, this is what I need you to do for me. We have our WhatsApp number, right?
The WhatsApp number.
Our WhatsApp, the station's WhatsApp number, please.
Okay, please call it again. Let me type it now.
0701.
I'm coming, sir. Okay, go ahead. 070. Okay.
933.
Okay.
9962.
Okay.
That number doubles as our WhatsApp number and SMS number, right?
Okay.
So send us a message with all your inquiries, all you want. Just send us a WhatsApp message. Can you do that for me right now?
Okay, I will do that.
All right. And then again, are you on Twitter?
My dear brother, I keep those lines because they've hacked my WhatsApp, other of my social platform. All these bad boys, they hack it too.
Okay, so you're not on Twitter, right?
I'm only on WhatsApp now with my new line.
Okay, no problem. So just send us a message with all your inquiries, all you want, all your demands, right? Send us a message via that WhatsApp number.
But in case I am back on Twitter, what do you want me to do?
If you're back on Twitter, follow me at Reliable Rely. That's my handle. You can also chat as well on Twitter.
Okay.
It makes it the reason why I need you to follow me on Twitter is because if I leave the station, I will not have access to our WhatsApp portal anymore, right? Any day I'm not on duty. So if you follow me on Twitter, it makes it easy such that I may attend to you even without being on air.
Okay.
So my handle is at Reliable Rely.
Okay.
Rely is spelled R-E-L-Y.
Okay.
So at Reliable Rely, follow me on Twitter and also follow the station's handle who attend to you. All right, Mr. Controversy, thank you very much. Let's switch our attentions on the show this evening and talk about the Super Eagles. But in the meantime, we have the lineup for Kano Pillars. Okay, they are lined up in a 4-3-3 formation. Interesting. 4-3-3 formation for Kano Pillars. The goalkeeper is Suraj Ayeloso. The four defenders are Chris Madaki, Emmanuel Anyanwu, and Abdullahi Musa will be pairing up together at the central defense line, while Victor Dennis completes the four-man defense. In the midfield, we have Rabi Ali, no surprises. He's also the captain of the side. Achibi Wenike and Muhammad Jamil completes the three midfielders. Up front, we have Awali Ali, we have Nyagwa Nyima, and David Ebuka. Those are the players on the pitch of play for Kano Pillars are set to take on their opponents, ASC Giraffe of Senegal, in the CAF Confederation Cup. Let's talk about the Nigeria Super Eagles. I want to believe victory will be short much later for Rivers United, but it doesn't look like that way. The match might be ending anytime soon. And Rivers United might be coming back home empty-handed. Well, Nigeria has dropped in the FIFA, recently released FIFA Coca-Cola rankings. They've dropped to the 35th position. The ranking released by the World Football Body yesterday showed that Nigeria dropped 3 places from the 32nd position in November. The Super Eagles dropped 3 places from their previous position following a poor performance against Sierra Leone in their 2021 AFCON qualifiers. They also dropped from number 3 to number 4 in Africa. So they didn't just drop in the global FIFA ranking. They also dropped in the continental FIFA ranking. Is there anything like continental FIFA ranking? Don't mind me. All right, in the Africa ranking, that is, let's get serious a bit. In the Africa ranking, they also dropped from number 3 to number 4. That's basically the news. They've dropped. Victor, anything to worry? There's going to be another FIFA rankings much later on the 10th of December. But in the meantime, Nigeria has dropped from 32nd to 35th in the currently released FIFA ranking. Should we be worried, Victor?
Well, should we be worried? They say the FIFA ranking has almost nothing. I mean, it doesn't really tell much about how do I put it? Doesn't tell much about the performance